Good morning, everybody. I think we'll get started. My name is Theo Dreher. I'm an emeritus professor of microbiology at Oregon State University, and I've researched cyanobacterial blooms for the last 15 years or so. And I'm also the president of Oregon Lakes Association, and OSU and OLA have together put on the Oregon Cyanobacterial Stakeholder meetings for several years. And here we are for 2023, the first time we've got together again in person. Some of us, we've got a lot of people on Zoom, but really nice to see people. Thanks for coming in. Let me just start with a bit of an introduction.
Let's share your screen too.
Yeah, right. Oh. Not sharing? Oh, correct. Yeah, right. I'm so used to working from home with my computer that not so smooth here this morning. Oops. So while Dan's setting up there, oh, we do see it up here. So the intention here is for us to come together and talk about cyanobacterial blooms in Oregon, what our concerns are, what's been happening in the last year or the last few years, and what we see might be coming up in the next year. And particularly we hear from OHA and DEQ, the regulating bodies in Oregon, to hear about what sort of changes in regulations there might be. So I'd just like to introduce OLA. It's perhaps not a new introduction to everybody, but Oregon Lakes Association has a number of signature efforts shown here. And one of them, of course, is to do with cyanobacterial blooms. Through this stakeholder meeting, I think it was the 2018 meeting, the group really wanted to get involved with pushing legislation to increase state funding, primarily to OHA and to DEQ. And so this group, this stakeholder group, together with OLA and others, was, I would say, pretty successful in that. Aided by emergency funds that came through, especially after the breakthrough of toxins into the Salem water system in 2018. But there were some other events of note, such as 32 steers dying in one event on a farm near Lakeview in southeastern Oregon, and the persistent blooms that sweep through down the Willamette River through downtown Portland, originating from Ross Island Lagoon, and we'll hear about that this afternoon. So it's with the background of those very visible events that we were concerned, but we knew that there were concerns from just year to year in many lakes. And I would say that the state has stepped up to some degree. There is pretty well. There is a bill this year that Rep Holvey is forwarding, and I asked them to talk to us or provide us with some more information on that. Haven't heard about that. I understand the bill is likely to pass. It doesn't come with any new funding, but it does largely direct DEQ to pay attention to the sources of nutrients that are the main drivers of blooms. We all know about that, DEQ knows about that, but I think it's probably helpful for legislators to be paying attention to that rather than being in entirely a responsive sort of mode. OLA also is very active currently, especially in trying to save Lake Abert, which has been, it's a terminal saline, hypersaline lake in Southeast Oregon. It's been dry the last couple of years. It was dry in 2014 to 16. Shouldn't be dry. It's a lake, it's supposed to have water in it. And so we're really battling to try and get more water in. And then thirdly, we award graduate student scholarships to students, university students, college students who are working on lakes in Oregon or about, perhaps out of state, but working in Oregon lakes. Could you out there mute, because everybody mute themselves, please, out in Zoom land. So I would encourage everybody to consider joining up with joining the Oregon Lakes Association as a member in order to support these activities, if these speak to you at all. And we just set the date for the OLA conference. It'll be here in a room just downstairs, actually on Monday and Tuesday, November the 6th and 7th. So this is this bill, this HB 2647 that I mentioned. And I think we're ready to proceed with the program then. For the morning program, we will hear largely from agencies. And we'll have a recap at the end here. We can, at 11:20, anybody can talk about their experiences of the last year, or perhaps the last few years. And then this afternoon, Dan Sobota will chair a session where we go into more research about cyanobacterial blooms in Oregon. So let's get started with Curtis, but Curtis is not here. Curtis hasn't made it down yet, has he? Greg, would you be ready to go now? Sure. Okay. So we're going to start with Gregg Baird from OHA, Oregon Health Authority, who will talk about cyanotoxin monitoring requirements for public water supply systems in Oregon. Okay, come on up, Greg. Oops. Stopped. What's that about? No, that's. Did you get Curtis's? I think you got Curtis's. Okay, yeah. Right, you have to use the microphone. Okay. Or you can put it up here to speak. Okay. But for the Zoomers have to get through. The other option is to use this pointer. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. The two advanced conditions. All right. Great. I think we got it. Thank you, Theo, Dan, Oregon Lakes Association, OSU, for having me back today. It's been a while since I've done an in-person presentation, so bear with me. It will go well. So yeah, I'm Gregg Baird. I'm from the Oregon Health Authority Drinking Water Program. I'm the emerging contaminant specialist there. And what that means is I pay attention to and track
emerging contaminants in drinking water that are not regulated at the federal level and are of a concern or potentially of a concern in drinking water. So one of those for sure is cyanotoxins. So today I'm going to talk mostly about recent changes, revisions, updates to our cyanotoxin monitoring rules in Oregon. And then I'll generally just go over what the rule requirements are in general. And then some resources that we have on our website, and also a little bit about the bipartisan infrastructure law funding for emerging contaminants. So that's kind of what I said on this slide before I advanced it, but here it is. All right, so just as a reminder for everyone, you probably know there is no federal drinking water standard for national primary drinking water standard for cyanotoxins. So no MCL or regulatory level, but there are drinking water health advisory levels for, yeah. So no federal MCLs, but there are non-regulatory, non-enforceable drinking water health advisory levels for two cyanotoxins, microcystins and cylindrospermopsin. There was also at the federal level, there was monitoring for some cyanotoxins during the last unregulated contaminant monitoring rule, UCMR4. That sampling happened between 2018 and 2020. And there are a few states that have adopted state regulations, including Oregon. Okay. So these are those federal drinking water health advisory levels. For microcystins and cylindrospermopsin, there's two levels. There's a lower level for vulnerable populations and a higher level that applies to all populations. In Oregon, we have adopted these levels into our rules, so they are regulatory, they are enforceable in Oregon. Our rules require that public water systems with surface water sources that are considered susceptible, as defined by our rules, are required to monitor for these two cyanotoxins. And these health advisory levels are based on 10-day exposures, but in our rules, we if there are basically two finished water samples that exceed a health advisory level, we require the public be advised. A little history of our rulemaking. We were directed to write and adopt rules after the events that happened in Salem in the summer of 2018. We did that in about 3 weeks, actually. And those rules were temporary, lasted till the end of 2018, basically. And then we went through the more formal rulemaking process with hearings and comments, and adopted the permanent rules at the very end of 2018. So going into effect for the 2019 season. And then we've been operating under that until recently, when we revised our rules a little bit at the end of last year, and they're effective February 1st of this year. So these revisions will be in place for the upcoming season that begins in May. And I will talk about those specifically starting now. Okay, so I'm going to go over just some of the key revisions. I would say the biggest one is what we call the trigger level that requires additional monitoring including more frequent raw water monitoring and the addition of weekly finished water monitoring. Our trigger level has always been 0.3 micrograms per liter for both toxins. So if you measure 0.3 or higher in the raw water routine sample, it would trigger weekly raw and finished water sampling. With these revisions, we have a trigger now for microcystins and a trigger for cylindro that are different. The microcystins trigger has been lowered to 0.20 micrograms per liter. And the cylindro trigger has been changed to 2 significant figures. So it was 0.3, we changed it to 0.30. We changed the microcystins trigger because there's now the ability to measure at lower levels. Before we could only really measure at 0.3 or report at 0.3. So that's where we set the trigger, but that wasn't ideal because that's the lower health advisory level also. So it didn't give systems very much warning at that level. So once the capability came into place to measure lower, we wanted to lower the trigger a little bit so we had some more time to react. So. We also added the SAES kit equivalency into our rules. So part of that ability to measure microcystins at a lower level was due to being able to use this SAES kit, Sobraxis kit. It's a little more sensitive. Yeah. And Stuart, can you, what do you remember what SAES? Luckily, we have Stuart here from the DEQ lab. And I'm going to put him on the spot.
Yes, we switched over for how the primary antibody that targets microcystin interacts with the conjugate and the biotin streptavidin. So the SAES is a streptavidin enhanced conjugate, is one of the strongest non-covalent interactions that we're aware of. It's extremely stable to extremes of pH, temperature, organic solvent, and other things. And because of that increased strength of interaction, we're able to detect at lower levels because the final product and the colorimetric signal that we generate is more efficient.
Thank you, Stuart. Yeah, so as part of the process, so the EPA method 546 for total microcystins calls out a particular kit. DEQ lab was able to provide EPA with supporting information to show that the SAE kit was equivalent to the kit in the method. EPA decided not to change the method. So we felt it was important to put this language in our rule because it's not in the method. So. Finished water results taken in response to a raw water result over a trigger level. We put in a requirement for faster reporting of the initial entry point finished water sample that's taken in response to a raw water detection over a trigger level. This was more of a housekeeping thing. It wasn't trying to solve some kind of problem. It was more to head off a potential problem. And really it was just, there could be a situation where that first initial entry point finished water sample was non-detect. And according to the way our rules were, that result could be reported within 10 days of the end of the month, which was too long. We need to know what that, we want to know what that first finished water sample result is, right? After there's a raw water detection over a trigger level for a variety of reasons, for public health reasons, and also for figuring out what monitoring schedules need to happen going forward. So We also added language requiring samples that are collected outside of the routine May to September sampling season to also be reported to us. If they are collected at compliance monitoring locations, analyzed with a approved method and by an accredited lab. We didn't really anticipate samples being collected outside the May-October period when we wrote the rule, so we didn't address it. But we did become aware of some system sampling earlier or later, and we felt like it was important to have those results reported if they were taken, collected, under all other aspects of our rule requirements. So. I will take a second just to point out for those of you that are maybe subject to these rules or public water systems. There is a mistake in the recent rule revisions, unfortunately, and oversight. Some language from the draft didn't get into the final rule. Unfortunately, we're going to fix it as soon as we can, hopefully before the end of this year. But it has to do with the criteria for once a system has been triggered on to weekly raw and finish monitoring, what the criteria for them to be able to stop doing that and return to the routine schedule. It's basic, what it should be is, that the raw water samples are below the triggers, which makes sense. And that there are non-detects in the finished water samples in 2 consecutive samples. It still has our rules still have the old language, the old trigger level in there, 0.3. So it's a little confusing right now, but we're going to, we're going to follow as far as implementing the rule, we're going to follow what we intended, and until we can get it changed. So, yeah. Entry point, sorry for my acronyms. It means finished water. Yeah, entry point to the distribution system. This slide is just a summary of all those rule revisions I talked about, just for a reference for people if they need it. Okay, now I'm just gonna go over, okay, I better hurry. Just the general rule requirements, including these revisions I just talked about. So public water systems with susceptible surface water sources are subject to this rule and required to monitor. Right now, there's about 60 sources on the list from 59 water systems. These 1 through 4 here are what a susceptible system is defined. Susceptible sources. It's basically a source that's had a bloom, a documented bloom, or a cyanotoxin detection in the past, where it's downstream of a source with a bloom or toxin detection, or it's on the DEQ 303D list for algae and aquatic weeds. OHA also has the ability to put sources on the list based on other criteria. Most of our systems that are on the list right now are on there for a previous bloom or cyanotoxin detection. There's only one system that's on there only for being on the 303D list. This is what the list looks like. It's posted on our OHA drinking water cyanotoxins webpage. And you can see, you can go there if you're interested to see who's on the list and what puts them on there. On these columns show which criteria put them on there and which source of theirs is subject to the rule. We updated this list last year. We review it annually and change it as needed. We're in the middle of reviewing it right now. this is where, this is, should have had this earlier. This is where the sampling locations and the acronyms are. The routine sampling that everybody has to do is from the source, SRC, or common header if they have more than one source. That's, everybody has to do that monitoring at least from May to October. If there are raw water detections over those triggers, then we get into the finished water sampling at the entry point or the EP. And then distribution sampling happens if there is finished water samples over a health advisory level, which we hope never happens. Routine requirement is raw water monitoring every 2 weeks between May and October. Raw water monitoring can go to weekly if there's a recreational advisory issued upstream of the intake. If toxins are detected above these trigger levels, 0.20 for microsystems, 0.30 for cylindro, raw and finished go to weekly. Then if finished water shows detections, finished water goes to daily. If toxins are measured in the finished water above a health advisory level, we want to take a confirmation sample. If it's still over the health advisory level, then the water system has to issue an advisory to their customers, either that vulnerable population or the all population, depending on which health advisory levels exceeded. This is a flow chart we made to kind of summarize all these monitoring requirements. I think it's pretty cool. I like it. I use it. If you have to deal with this rule, I recommend like bookmarking this or printing it out. We updated it for the rule revisions. So there's a new, if you have an old version on your bulletin board, go get this new one here. Public notice, like I said, if water, finished water has toxins confirmed, so 2 samples over the health advisory level, they have to issue an advisory to their customers and any purchasing water systems that they might serve. In order to lift the advisory, there have to be both entry point samples and distribution samples below the health advisory levels. Or two samples. And as far as reporting, community water systems do annual consumer confidence reports or CCRs, and any finished water sample with a detection has to be reported in the CCR. Reporting requirements for results, basically, samples with detections have to be reported, more quickly, within 2 business days if over a health advisory level. And then finished water samples, like I said, that are in response to a raw water detection, 1 business day for reporting. So you can see. You can go through here and see. These reporting requirements are analytical methods. So water systems are required to have the DEQ lab or an ORLAP accredited lab analyze these samples. Yeah. There's one ORLAP accredited lab right now that I'm aware of. It's Babcock in California. Yeah. No, there aren't. Is there the question was, is there a requirement for a percentage of split samples to go to other labs? No, all the samples are going to the DEQ lab right now, except for two large water systems that have their own ORLAP accredited labs. So actually that's a more accurate answer to your question, Theo. What are the ORLAP accredited labs? There are two large systems that also have their own internal ORLAP accredited labs that do their own testing and reporting. They don't take commercial samples. So the lab in California is the only commercial accredited lab. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. Stuart, Andrew, should I defer to you again? It is it's an ELISA kit. It's just more sensitive. Okay, so for methods for total microsystems, we require EPA method 546, the ELISA method. It's the only method approved to measure total microsystems. For cylindrospermopsin, there isn't a EPA approved method for ELISA, so so DEQ developed a method, and that's the method we require. There is an EPA approved method for cylindro using LCM SMS, and we do require that approved method as a confirmation sample for cylindro if the initial sample is over health advisory level. Because since there is an approved method available, we do want to use that for the confirmation sample, but it is a little slower and we don't routinely require. Purchasing water systems don't have any requirements for routine sampling. They just monitor if they're part of an advisory, the larger system, they would monitor to get off of that advisory in their distribution system. I'm a little bit over, so I'm going to skip ahead to the end. Yeah. Am I? Okay. Okay. Other monitoring, we did a QPR study. I think maybe Nathan, maybe others at DEQ might talk about this, but I won't go too much into it. But the summary is we didn't find a good correlation between genes and toxins at this point. All of our cyanotoxin sample results since the temporary rules went into place in 2018 are on our website at this web address at the top if you're interested. You can sort by years or sample locations. Yeah, you can see who had detections or not. So I was just going to talk about a summary from last year. Last year was our 5th year of monitoring. We had 39 raw water microsystems detections at 10 water systems, which is about average, or exactly average, actually. There were 0 cylindrospermopsin raw water detections this year. There's generally very few anyway. 24 of those 39 microsystems detections were at 2 water systems, 2 county park systems on Lake Selmac and Josephine County, and had the majority of the detections. Buell Prairie is kind of a rural community system in Polk County. They had the next highest number of raw water detections at 6. So a majority of detections at a few systems. 3 water systems had raw water detections high enough to be triggered into that raw and finished weekly monitoring. But happy to say no finished water detections last year or since this rule has been implemented since 2018. So that's very, very good. Last year, we had a mid to late July blip on the South Umpqua River in Douglas County. 5 water systems had detections in the raw water. That's the first time that's happened since our rules have been in place. We also had a little October blip in the Cottage Grove and Crestwell area, 4 detections there. Interestingly, there were no detections on the North Santiam River this year or last year. Usually there are. I think I would say 22 is quiet. I've been thinking that we would see effects from the wildfires. You know, more blooms, more intense blooms, but I just haven't seen it. At least on the places we're sampling, you know, are sources that serve public water systems. So I guess that's good. Summary since 2018. You know, annually there are 21 to 59 microsystence detections generally. Is a normal year. 0 to 5 cylindros a year is a normal year. There are 6 water bodies of concern, mostly see the most detections. Like I said, no finished water detection. That's great.
Greg,
Yeah.
can you mention those 6 water bodies of concern? Name those.
I do. I can. It's in the notes in my presentation that I can't see. Yeah, it's. I'll see if I can do it from memory. You know, it's the Detroit Lake North Santiam. It's Lake Salmac. It's the North Fork Willamette, kind of where that Cottage Grove, Crestwell area was. It's the Beal Red Prairie, which is on Gooseneck Creek, which is kind of it on its own. It's the only one sort of there. Then the South Umpqua, I would say. That's about it, yeah. Okay, bipartisan infrastructure law. So in case you haven't heard about that, it's kind of a big deal right now. It's the biggest amount of funding that's been provided from the federal government for drinking water systems, you know, ever. And there is dedicated funding in this, what we call the bill, for PFAS and other emerging contaminants in drinking water. So this, we call it the Bill EC funding piece. This funding can be used by water systems with emerging contaminant detections for basically anything, for planning, design, and construction of projects to address the emerging contaminant. 25% of the funds have to go to disadvantaged communities, which we define as having a medium household income that is below the state MHI. Set-asides from the funding can be used for administration of the funds or additional testing. And there's no state match required, which is great. Oregon's allotment for the next, so this is an annual allotment for the next 5 years, $9.9 million, just for emerging contaminants. And so since cyanotoxins are not regulated at the federal level and they are on the contaminant candidate list, they are eligible for this funding. So, so PFAS, of course, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, another emerging contaminant, is the priority for this funding. And it's what we're prioritizing the funding for in Oregon. But cyanotoxins are eligible for this funding. So we have done direct outreach to public water systems that we know of had raw water cyanotoxin detections to notify them of the availability of this fungi. And, you know, I would encourage any of them to think about potential projects and, you know, and let me know if they might be interested in getting on the list. So if not for this year, for, you know, the next coming years, because it is rolling out annually for 5 years. So, yeah, it's kind of great. It's kind of a big deal. This is our drinking water program cyanotoxin webpage with all the information I just talked about. Under the rural resources down there, we have that flow chart. We have our rules, including the revisions and some fact sheets. We have some samples of what FAQs would look like under an advisory if it were issued. For water system operators, there's also a treatment section where we have tips on guidance on optimizing surface water treatment to remove cyanobacteria or toxins, and links to EPA materials as well. I think that's it. That's my contact information. And I do have a new email address, so take note of that. So yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
Really comprehensive. That's great. We've gone a bit over time, but I think Curtis is saying he's going to be a bit shorter. So we can take a couple of questions, I think. Anybody here in the room?
Hey, Greg, I think some systems actually do some upstream monitoring, upstream from their sources. Can you talk a little bit about that, like which systems and why?
Sure, I can talk a little bit about the ones that I'm aware of. That monitoring isn't regulatory, so it's not required to be reported to us. You know, I don't know a lot of details, but I do know that mostly the larger systems that have more resources and larger watersheds, probably they do some upstream monitoring. eWeb, Hillsborough, Salem, I would say are the big three. Clackamas also. Yeah. Yeah.
When you mentioned, I think it was section 541A, that if a recreational advisory is issued upstream, that would also trigger sampling at a downstream site. Do those downstream sites have to be part of the list of 60 public water suppliers that are regularly monitored, or can that be any site that's a water supplier downstream of a recreational advisory?
That's a great question. I think about it as like the most likely scenario would be a recreational advisory being issued upstream of a public water system that's already on the list. I mean, as far as the applicability of this rule, but you know, because I guess there could be a situation where there's an advisory, a rec advisory issued on a water source that's never happened before, that happens to be upstream of a public water system that's not on our list. And I think if that happened, you know, it would make their source susceptible and subject to the rule potentially. So yeah, that hasn't happened, but
thanks, Greg. Are there any questions from remote people? If there are, just unmute yourself and ask the question now, please. No questions? Okay, so let's move on to the first speaker, but presenting now second, and that's Curtis Cude from the Oregon Health Authority. And he'll talk about the 2022 CyanoHABs review. We've heard a little bit about that from Gregg, and the 2023 program and pilot project updates.
Great, thanks a lot. Thanks, Theo, and thanks, Dan, for the setup there. And thanks a lot to Gregg for leading off, and great news on the grant funds that are available. For the feedback on here. So I'll start out with a recap of 2022. And the first thing that you notice is I'm not Rebecca Hillwig. Those of you who've been following harmful cyano blooms on the recreational side, Rebecca retired last March. No slides. Okay. So Rebecca retired in March, and I am currently in Rebecca's position. I have a little bit additional work responsibilities, however. I'm the lead Healthy Waters program coordinator. So besides doing work on cyanobacteria, cyanotoxins, I'm also conducting fish consumption advisories, reuse, water plan reviews. But probably the bulk of my work right now is on domestic well safety, particularly out in the lower Umatilla Basin groundwater management area. So that's taking a lot of my time. Nonetheless, I've been involved with cyanobacteria, cyanotoxins for quite a long time, and it's nice to see some familiar faces, and looking forward to meeting some folks I haven't met yet. So the cyanobacteria season, before I get into the advisories that we posted last year, I'll start out with mentioning that, we have a permanent advisory on the South Umpqua River from Canyonville all the way down to the mouth. And then the main stem Umpqua River from, that where the South Umpqua River comes in, downstream past Elkton to Lawson Bar. And that's largely due to benthic sources. In the past, when we conducted monitoring, we would find high levels of anatoxin in the stream. So one of these days when EPA comes out with their anatoxin and saxitoxin advisory levels, and we start adding that to our monitoring suite for drinking water, I won't be surprised if South Umpqua water sources start seeing little ticks for anatoxin. So on to the actual advisories, the more temporary advisories. The first one that we saw this last season wasn't until July 1st, and that was on Upper Klamath Lake as part of the Region 9 monitoring. And that started out on Shoalwater Bay and Howards Bay, where we saw microcystins around 60 micrograms per liter. And later on in the month, July 28th, we expanded that to the rest of the lake when we found microcystin levels at 87 elsewhere in the lake. So that advisory stayed in place all the way until December 15th. Just another reason why I'm not too surprised to see systems monitoring outside of the May to October window. July 28th, we also issued a preliminary advisory. Oh, sure, yeah. I have no slides today, so you've just got me and my dulcet tones on the microphone. Okay, so Crone Miller Lake, which is here in Benton County, we issued a preliminary advisory. There were some concerns about the way the lake looked, and we worked with DEQ to get some samples taken. Turned out that there was very low level. The only cyanotoxin we detected was saxitoxin at 0.5 micrograms per liter. So we immediately lifted that advisory as soon as we got those results. That was on August 3rd that we lifted that advisory. So it was only in place for about 5 days. August 5th, Idaho Southwest Health District issued an advisory on Brownlee Reservoir for cyanobacteria. Their advisories are based on cyanobacteria levels. And we cross-post. They let us know. We add it on our website. You know, obviously it's a bordering water body, so we want people to know. So August 5th, Brownlee Reservoir was listed, and then August 8th, Hell's Canyon Reservoir also came onto the list, and also based on cyanobacteria levels. And those were both lifted on November 8th. Willamette River last year, August 17th. We had some citizen concerns about the appearance of the Willamette River Cathedral Park. DEQ got some samples there, and the initial results there were pretty high. There was microcystin was 105 micrograms per liter. We ended up expanding the advisory upstream. DEQ got out on the river and found cyanotoxins up in the Willamette Cove, which is just a little bit upstream from Cathedral Park. And we ended up lifting that advisory on September 16th after we'd had a couple weeks of clear results. And the last advisory for the year was October 3rd on Willow Creek Reservoir. That's out in Laurel County. And we typically see annual blooms out there. This last year was pretty hot, got up to 995 micrograms per liter microcystin. I think that's usually by the dam. So there's not a lot of swimming happening over there. Swimming out there happens a little bit, further up mid-lake. Nonetheless, it's, issued for the whole lake. And that was lifted January 3rd. Interestingly, though, I made a trip out there in November. And I was out doing some lower Umatilla Basin groundwater management area work and saw no signage, none at all out there on Willow Creek Reservoir. Fortunately, by that time, it was pretty cold and frosty. So I will get back to that signage thing in just a bit. On the health side, we had some reports of potential cases of illness-related cyanotoxins. However, when we did a little bit of digging, there were no connections. So there were no reports, no suspected cases last year. Okay, so that's it for what happened last year. Before I move on, are there any questions for 2022? No? Okay. So let's move on to what's happening this year. First, I'll start with the process, how we go through and issue advisories. As you may be aware, OHA on the recreational side, we have no resources to go out and do sampling. We rely on voluntary sampling from water body managers and the DEQ when those resources aren't available. So if we aren't getting samples sent in directly by, let's say, the Forest Service or someone else, then typically someone will call or email either DEQ or Oregon Health Authority. And we'll work together to determine, first of all, is there a public health risk? Is there public access to the lake? We don't want to expend resources, very scarce resources on going out and taking a sample on any bog, a private water body. So we want to be, somewhat discriminating about where we do the sampling. So is there a public health risk? That's a main driver. Another question that we ask is, is there a water body manager who has the resources to take a sample, send it in, whether they're sending it to, Greenwater or Lake Superior or wherever, or work with DEQ. So, do they have the resources to do that sample collection, pay for the analytical work? That's always helpful. If not, we would work with DEQ and see if DEQ or other partners could get that sample. And then another criterion is, do they have someone available who can post signage and stand in as a local spokesperson for what are the conditions like at the lake right now? You know, people call me at OHA and say, hey, is there still a bloom on the lake? You know, I can say I'm in Portland. I'm sorry, I'm not. You'll have to talk to the local water body manager to, you know, get what's the status today. I certainly can't tell you if, you know, if you can go, if camping in 3 weeks, if the advisory will be lifted by that point in time. You know, that's just not possible. So, you know, it's good for us to know that there's someone local that we can refer media questions about current conditions, someone who can post and remove signage, and we can work with those people to, you know, get them the template so they can post signage. Okay, so pilot project. Last year, actually, we posted all of our risk communication toolkits. So we have a variety of posters, brochures. There's even a comic strip for different scenarios in English and Spanish. So different scenarios around cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins. And this is not only for recreational contact, but also in those cases where you have domestic water withdrawals from a surface water body. So you saw on Gregg's slide about water systems that are required to monitor. One of those was Camp Baker Boy Scout Camp. They have an infiltration gallery under Silk Goose Lake. There's a whole bunch of houses and properties along the lake that have their own little sippy straws, pulling domestic water out. And, you know, what sort of filtration do they have on that besides, well, nothing really is going to be effective, right? So, and how will they know when there is a bloom in place, something when they need to be aware to do any sort of cyanotoxin monitoring or switch over to bottled water? And more importantly, some of those houses might be like short-term rentals, vacation cabins. And how will those folks know? So we have an initial plan, a communications plan that we would work with folks down there in the city of Dune City to do some outreach. You know, fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it, there hasn't been a significant bloom down there on Silk Goose for the last couple of years. So we're still on tap to work with them to roll out some communications. I also got a contact from someone from Elk Lake, HOA. They're around Elk Lake, which is in Deschutes County, kind of near Mount Bachelor. There are some summer homes, second homes around the lake. And folks were a bit concerned about conditions out there and what can they do to get the word out. And so we may be working with them this spring for some proactive public health messaging and get the message out about, you know, potential conditions and what they can do to become aware and what steps they can take to protect themselves in the event that there is, you know, some cyanotoxin concerns. So we'll stay tuned for that. One thing that I would like to do this year is really get out in the field. It's not something that we've done in our program for quite a while. The first thing that I'd really like to do is get down to South Umpqua and Main Stem Umpqua and work with folks down there on signage. It is a permanent advisory and it's really about the, you know, it's a bedrock substrate along the river. And there are a lot of these little hollows. And some of those can be really hot. And again, you know, we've seen in the past free flowing high levels of anatoxin, sometimes microcystin. This is going back a ways. But, you know, we haven't had an active partnership posting signage for quite a while. And I'd like to get down there and get some signage back up again. I'd also like to get out when we do have advisories and maybe even get to take a sample with the DEQ staff and also talk with local water body managers about signage. You know, after seeing Willow Creek Reservoir without signage last year, that gives me some concern that the recreating public isn't being made aware, on site that there is a situation. So I want to make sure that they know that we have resources and that we can work with them to create at least some temporary signage. And I guess the last thing I'll leave you with is our website. The easiest way to get to the OHA recreational cyanobacteria cyanotoxins website is healthoregon.org/HAB. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Curtis.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Curtis. It's good to have an overview of the program. I'm kind of curious about the signage because there's a balance between trying not to cause too much panic in the public versus trying to provide information. So I'm wondering, like, what you've gone through to kind of evaluate what's effective signage, what's something that's not going to cause too much of an uproar or a panic.
Yeah, I guess what I can say about evaluation of signage, I mean, that years ago when we had our first, the HABs grant from the CDC, we developed a fair amount of signage at that point in time, and it's fairly educational. Most of the time what we do, we work with partners, especially with Forest Service and I think Army Corps, is there's some general signage that they post. This raises awareness on things to look for. We also, we have signage that's advisory that advises people to avoid water contact. It's not, we don't have any messaging that says things like the lake is closed for recreation or anything like that. So we haven't done a formal evaluation on that in a long time, lacking resources, but it's a good idea. We are actually, if we get to a point where we're able to have some general funds to work more on cyano blooms, we'd like to redevelop our signage. There was a time when we had some permanent signage on those places where there was regular monitoring. It was a green sign where if it was open, no, if it was closed, that meant that the lake is being monitored for cyanobacteria. And if we saw a need for an advisory, then we would open the sign and there would be further information that would be similar about advising people to avoid water contact. The other thing we like to do is make sure people know that there's plenty of other activities they can enjoy in while they're at the lake during the season.
I would say we've actually slid backwards on this issue. I think this last example you gave was a case when OHA still had the CDC grant and developed the signage that was really, really good, best in the country probably. And since that grant went away, I think it's all slid. And we'll hear from Sarah Burnet about Willow Creek, no doubt. I would say that the Corps was one of the first to go to entirely posting a lake with a sign that said, okay, this lake is going to be susceptible to blooms, figure it out yourself. And I don't think that's really so helpful. There's, I mean, Sarah, give us an argument when it gets to the time for why the Corps did that. But I do think that at one time we had the ability to know when we had greater danger because there were toxin analyses or cell counts in those days. This is going back a few years. And so when we do know that we have an actual increase in exposure risk rather than just the potentiality, I think there ought to be specific signs. Al Johnson will talk about Forest Service practices too. I think in all cases, probably it's the fiscal reasons have been responsible, but I think we've slid backwards, and I don't think it's really helped with protection in recreational areas. The House bill I mentioned of Holvey, I mentioned that it addresses the source of pollutants. But the other thing it does is again raise the recreational exposure and put it kind of at an equal level to drinking water exposure. Because I think recreational exposure, which is what you've been talking about, is important. And I don't think we're doing the best job anymore.
Seems to be such a compelling, obvious need for not only monitoring, but especially for signage. Down on, looking at the site, Silkus Lake issues. And a lot of people are getting their drinking water out of that lake, and they're just not getting educated about the need. And it just seems like there's such potential legislative pressure, you know, for OHA and DEQ and the state agencies to be standing up for this issue with the legislature to try to get more funding. You know, just what is the process that goes on for that?
Or the legislative process? I know for the agencies, we need to be invited in to testify. We don't provide, we do not support or oppose. We don't take a position on any legislation, but what we do is we provide facts, and we provide evidence.
That position, but just individually talking to different legislators that perhaps could be, you know, have their eyes opened a bit to the need for citizens.
Right, yeah, in at different times, we have a different ability to do that proactive outreach. Where right now we're in a more of a, you know, just we'll provide that information when it's requested. So you know, unless we have someone come to us at this point in time where, you know, that's where we're at.
Curtis, my observation during the period, what was it, 2018 to 20, I suppose, when there were discussions organised by Ken Helm and the legislature, OHA did not push for funding. I never understood it. You had an opportunity then. The OHA, your rep did not push for funding in the way that DEQ did. And DEQ, I don't think they put themselves forward inappropriately at all. But OHA was saying you had funds, you didn't have needs. So I think I would really encourage you to revisit that, and you know, there are needs. We've talked about them here, and you need money for it.
Right.
So really, please have an internal discussion.
I understand, and usually those decisions are made above my pay grade. But I will say that we did submit a fiscal impact statement along with this bill, so we'll see where it goes.
Are there any questions from remote people? Just if there are, just unmute yourself and ask. Okay. We better move on because we're 10 minutes behind schedule, but this has been a good discussion.
Yeah.
Oh, Kale, you had a question there? Go ahead. Rochelle, are you ready?
Hi, Theo, can you hear me?
Yeah, but let me, I'm sorry, I'm just much more familiar at home and I'm getting a bit, could you just help us find this, the desktop? Yeah, open this.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you, Theo, sorry.
Okay, we're just about ready. Excellent. Okay.
Okay, there you go.
Good, thank you. Rochelle, can you see your slides now?
I can, thanks, Theo.
Okay, take it away. So we're hearing from Rochelle Labiosa from EPA up in Seattle, and her talk is entitled US EPA and Support for CyanoHABs. Just tell me when to advance the slides, Rochelle.
Yeah, thank you, Theo, and thanks everyone for having me here today. I really appreciate it, even though I have to be online today, and I wish I could be in the room with you all. But I'm the HABs coordinator for EPA Region 10. I'm based in Seattle, as Theo mentioned. I'm based out of the water program here, and I'll be giving an update on EPA's activities on HABs. And just so you know, I wear a lot of hats at the agency, so it's not my only role to be the HABs coordinator for Region 10. All right, next slide, please, Theo. And this is just our general disclaimer that the views expressed here are those of, or my views, and not necessarily those of EPA, and that mention of products or services does not constitute an endorsement. Okay, next slide, please, Theo. So in terms of EPA's approach to addressing HABs, we work cross-programmatically with an interdisciplinary team. While my work focuses mainly on ambient and recreational waters, I work closely with colleague Sam Perry, who's our drinking water treatment lead for HABs. And then I wanted to let you know that I think those of you who knew Leslie D'Angelata, who was our national HABs coordinator, she's moved on to a new position, a senior staff position at EPA's Office of International and Tribal Affairs. And we are just onboarding a new main point of contact nationally for HABs, Mike Paul. And Mike is a stream ecologist by training. And so as soon as I have more news of Mike's work, I will keep you posted. So in terms of our work on HABs, we have authorities under the Clean Water Act for marine, estuarine, and freshwaters, and Safe Drinking Water Act to protect drinking water and its sources, and under the HABs and Hypoxia Research and Control Act as amended, or HABARCA, which maybe you've heard about, which is our authorities are primarily for fresh and coastal waters, which we have joint responsibilities for with NOAA, and NOAA has primary responsibilities for research and response for marine waters. So we work together on those. And then for our program, we focus on developing guidance, recommendations, regulations, conducting assessments and monitoring, doing outreach and promoting communication, and creating partnerships and collaborations. That's the kind of the focus of our work. Next slide, please. For Region 10, so I'm based out of Seattle, but we cover Alaska, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, and work with 271 tribal nations. Again, there are two central points of contact, myself and Sam Perry, but we have multiple staff that we work with in the region to work on our HABs program implementation. And I wanted to highlight our Region 10 laboratory. They've set up the EPA analytical methods to run ambient drinking water samples for 3 toxins, or sets of toxins, cylindrospermopsin, anatoxin A, and total microcystins, and they are third-party accredited. So they've been very supportive of work with our states and tribes over the years since they've gotten that accreditation. The primary goal of our program is to assist state and tribal partners in building capacity to effectively respond to and manage HABs issues. We track events and help provide technical support and assistance. And then we also conduct regional research projects to further inform our understanding, which I'll talk a little bit about. Next slide, please. So out of our work, I think folks have mentioned these, and I just want to highlight them because they're probably the most widely used guidance that we've developed. And these are our drinking water health advisories from published in June 2015. As others have mentioned, they're for microcystins and cylindrospermopsin. They're non-regulatory guideline values set at levels anticipated to not create adverse health effects for specific exposure durations. So that's what health advisories are. And for our health advisories, which are only for microcystins and cylindrospermopsin at this time, for bottle-fed infants and preschool children, we have one set of values, microcystins of 0.3 micrograms per liter and cylindrospermopsin 0.7 micrograms per liter. And then from school-age children through adults, microcystins of 1.6 micrograms per liter and cylindrospermopsin of 3 micrograms per liter. We also have guidance values again for human health recreation to protect human health while recreating, and or for swimming advisories, which many folks are using. And these were published in May 2019, again, for microcystins and cylindrospermopsin, microcystins 8 micrograms per liter and cylindrospermopsin 15 micrograms per liter for those magnitudes. At the time that we worked on developing these guidance thresholds, we did publish 3 health effects support documents with a wide summary of the literature. These were published in around 2015. And at the time, we actually published one for anatoxin A as well, but we didn't have enough data to establish guidance values for anatoxin A. Next slide, please. Another thing we do is ambient water assessment. So with our partners, we lead these national aquatic resource surveys approximately every 5 years. These provide probabilistic snapshots of water quality for sites across the US and are primarily conducted during the summer months. Some of the survey parameters include indicators associated with the presence of blooms and some cyanotoxins. We just completed the National Lakes Assessment in 2022, and now this next 2 years, we'll be conducting the National Rivers and Streams Assessment. Next slide, please. Another recent development for our program is the publication of EPA's updated ambient water quality criteria to address nutrient pollution in lakes and reservoirs. We published these criteria in recommendations in 2021. So again, these are guidance that states and authorized tribes could consider adopting into their water quality standards, for example. There are models linked to nutrients, so hypoxia, microcysteines, and zooplankton models are used to derive chlorophyll A criteria, which in turn can be used to derive total nitrogen and total phosphorus criteria. The models are stressor response based, and they were updated in 2022, and we're working on some frequently asked questions to support this work. And I have a link here to the model. So take a look at those, but I think the FAQs will be very helpful in the appropriate derivation of potential values. All right, next slide, please. So I was happy to hear mention of the bipartisan infrastructure law funding allocated to EPA. So this is a game changer. It's EPA's allocation for this 5-year period is over $55 billion. So it's the single largest investment in water that the federal government has ever made. It's really a game changer. I can't say that enough. I believe that Gregg mentioned the emerging contaminants funding, and we have an FAQs published, which includes mention of certain HABs controls, and so HABs could be potentially addressed through that funding. And I've posted here a couple of recent announcements for Oregon. So in 2023, we announced $18 million to support drinking water in Oregon, and then again, some for the clean water infrastructure upgrades. So yeah, a lot of funding. So we're pretty excited about this. All right, next slide, please, Theo. This is a tool that we developed a few years ago to help with our advisories tracking. And so we in the regions work during the year to collect together recreational and do not drink advisories where they're issued by state, tribal, local agencies. And we share those with our headquarters team, and they compile those into these story maps. So you can click on the story map, and there are several different highlights in the story map, but this is one of them, where we have this time series of advisories for the past, I think, 7 years or so. And a couple of things to remark on here is that you can see this uptick in advisories counts with time. And, you know, this could be just increased awareness. It could be a combination of an actual increase in advisories over time. We haven't pulled this apart very much, but you can dig around in the data and download it at that site. Also, I wanted to just mention, I think this was mentioned before, that most of the monitoring is responsive. So someone out recreating reports the bloom, and then an agency goes out and monitors for cyanotoxins. And you can see here that, you know, the advisories across the nation are somewhat patchy because of that. Some states have programs, others don't. So we, yeah, just keep that in mind when looking at the data. All right, next slide, please. Additionally, there have been some recent national program developments I thought I'd mention. So someone mentioned the final contaminant candidate list 5, which was published in 2022. It again includes cyanotoxins as a group. And then I just wanted to let folks know that the draft CCL6 update has been published for nominations. So, so if you want to take a look at that Federal Register notice, you can see how to submit nominations if you're interested. We've also had some updates to our EPA CyanoHABs website. I encourage everyone to take a look at that. It has a lot of resources, a lot of templates, things to think about when developing a response plan for HABs, a lot of great materials on our website. We also host an EPA benthic HABs discussion group, and that discussion group has met recently. It's an emerging area of research and understanding, and so I believe all of the presentations are posted on that website. So you can take a look at those if you're interested in benthic HABs. And then in 2022, we published a memorandum on nutrients that speaks to some expectations on nutrient controls and implementation. So that might be worth a look as well. Next slide, please. So in the Pacific Northwest, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington all have monitoring and response programs for freshwater HABs. Oregon's the only state in the Northwest with drinking water regulations for state identified vulnerable public water systems. Other states do not. Alaska only monitors commercial shellfish for marine biotoxins, so they don't have a freshwater program. The grand summary for 2022 that we've compiled ourselves, and so the totals may differ a little bit from what others are tracking, but we found that 140 water bodies had reported detections of cyanotoxins, that's any detect, any level, with around 16 raw water intakes for public water systems with detections. We didn't hear of any do not drink advisories issued last year. And the grand total for the number of advisories issued, again, these are all recreational because we didn't hear of any do not drink advisories. These were 49, and this was many fewer than we saw in 2021. Again, almost all event monitoring is responsive for cyanotoxins after observed blooms. So we always say, when in doubt, stay out. In terms of some highlighted advisories that were issued this year and other events. So we did see Willow Creek Reservoir. I think that Curtis mentioned that was approximately 1,000 micrograms per liter microsystems, and maybe folks will be talking about that later today. In Washington on the Columbia River, anatoxin A was detected in the source water, in finished water for the Tri-Cities public water systems in 2021. We saw again that anatoxin A was detected in the source water for the second year in a row. At Lacamas Lake, Washington, which is close to Portland, I thought I mentioned this, they saw, I think one of the highest numbers we saw in the Northwest Toxic Algae database that Washington Ecology hosts, and that was 2,750 micrograms per liter microsystems in September of 2022. So a couple high values out there. And then in Idaho conducted a drinking water HABs training, which may be of interest. I believe they've posted all of those trainings on YouTube. So if folks are interested, I can share those links with Theo. All right, next slide, please, Theo. As I mentioned in the beginning, we do conduct regional research projects to help support state, tribal, local agencies. One tool that's available to the public is the development of the Cyan satellite data web application and data display tool for the contiguous US. I believe I spoke about this last year, and many folks may be familiar with Cyan. It provides a relative Cyan index for cyanobacterial concentrations for larger water bodies. And we've added some additional enhancements to the web app that might be useful. So you can do on-the-fly time series visualization and data export. So we've made that a lot simpler with the web app. So I recommend folks check it out if you're interested. We also have posted data for Alaska and other states at NASA's website. And this project is a joint EPA, NASA, NOAA, and USGS project. All right, next slide, please. It looks stuck for me.
What is CONUS? What's CONUS stand for?
Oh, the contiguous US. So lower 48, yeah. So it doesn't have Alaska, but we do have Alaska data. Great, thanks, Theo. Another area of research that we started working on after hearing from folks in Oregon that they had interest in qPCR data and its relevance for Oregon waters is we embarked on, with our Office of Research and Development, on CyanoHABs gene fingerprinting project. And so we've worked on this at several study sites, a couple in Washington. So Anderson Lake, Washington, which has relatively high concentrations of anatoxin A and detections of microcystins, typically in the peak season, like April to October-ish, September. Spanaway Lake, Washington, which has microcystin producers that produce relatively high concentrations of microcystins and some anatoxin A detects. Pass Lake, Washington, which from time to time has very high concentrations of anatoxin A and microcystins. In 2021, they reported a concentration, I think it's the highest one in Ecology's database, of 26,000 micrograms per liter of anatoxin A. So that was a very pretty devastating to the ecology of the lake that year. And then Detroit Lake, Oregon is another of our study sites. Again, and folks here know that Cyanodospermopsin and microcystin can be detected in Detroit, and we're also looking at North Fork Reservoir in Oregon. We're working jointly with various state and local partners on this work, so a lot of folks involved. All right, next slide, please. This is new this year. I'm pretty excited about it. So when the event on the Columbia River occurred, there were some indications that benthic HABs might be an issue in the Columbia, and so we were able to get some internal funding to start a benthic HABs pilot. And there was so much interest across the regions nationally because we were seeing these events kind of come up across the country as an emerging event in some places, that all of 10 regions across our nation signed up to collaborate on this project. So it's a lot of interest. So this project starting in 2023 to 2024. 2023 will be more of a test year, and 2024 we'll be doing additional sites. But at 6 pilot locations across the country in multiple sites, we'll be testing out some methods to assess benthic HABs. These are our draft locations on along the Columbia River in Washington. They are subject to change. We're still kind of finalizing our locations, but a couple in Richland, Washington, and then near Ringgold Boat Launch in the Hanford Reach, and then Kennewick, Washington. Next slide, please. And here's some photos. These are all from partners. Oh, go ahead.
Rochelle, yeah.
Yes.
What was behind the choice of the Tri-Cities was presumably was those anatoxin detections that you talked about?
Yes, that's
the main
right.
concern?
Yeah, right. And there was some indication that microcolis or formidium might be, there were some samples that indicated that might be a problem. And so we don't have a good sense of which locations might be contributing. So that's why we're taking a look.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Could the South Umpqua be added? The South Umpqua that we have the permanent advisory that Curtis mentioned?
Well, that's a good question. We haven't finalized our sites, and we're still kind of assessing based on our budget how much we can do. But I'll definitely keep it in mind. Thanks, Theo.
That would be super, because that's been on the books for a long, long time, and we don't really understand, exactly where the toxin's coming from. Yeah, and maybe I know Kurt's given a presentation later, and we're coordinating with Kurt on this too. So yeah, we can talk more. And these are photos. A couple of these are from Kurt, and then we have some from Zion National Park, and also from some publications in California for Inabina. And you can see here just how complex it is to evaluate these benthic HABs, which can be clumpy, stuck. They're all stuck kind of to the bottom, but you can see that they can free float like the Inabina on the upper right, and just trying to figure out aerially how much these contribute to the total toxin flux in a given river is pretty difficult. So we are focusing on rivers and streams in this work. So we're not looking at lakes, but they can form in lake bottoms and shorelines as well. Next slide, please. And some of the research questions we're looking at are: how extensive are benthic mats?
How do we quantify the contribution of both the phytoplankton and benthic harmful cyanobacterial blooms to the total water column cyanotoxin concentration? What are the most appropriate methods for collecting a sample? How can you be representative of the cyanobacterial taxonomic diversity? What methods should be used for processing the samples, shipping, extracting, analytical methods? And are there less expensive proxies for identifying the presence of benthics during sampling? And we're doing a bunch of different targeted metrics and matrices, so water column grabs, the benthic grabs, the periphyton and other benthos heterogeneity, kind of getting that full view, spatial extent, and then also looking at temporal variability. It seems like for Columbia that the blooms there seem to be coming up in peak time around October. So yeah, that's where we're focusing on pre that time, and then October period, and after that potentially. Next slide, please. And then I'll just end here with what will 2023 bring. So I took a look at some of the recent indicators, and after a La Nina three-peat, which is very unusual, the current predictions that we're seeing are for El Nino Southern Oscillation neutral conditions through early summer 2023, and then there's likely to form an El Nino after late summer fall. I'm hopeful that things will continue to be quite cool through July up here, and hopefully where you all are as well. You can see from this data from NOAA that when we have an El Nino year, typically we see warmer conditions in the Northwest, and then La Nina. So the blue dots are La Nina and the red dots are El Nino. So in most cases, there's that difference globally, and here as well. So we're expecting to see warmer conditions at some point if El Nino forms, probably starting next winter. So hopefully we'll stay a little cooler this year, but still currently in drought conditions across much of the Pacific Northwest. And so I greatly encourage folks to take a look at our resources. I have some extra slides after this presentation for developing your response planning materials, getting ready for the peak HAB season. And so we'll be looking at our internal response plan for HABs as well in case we get some significant events. Yeah. So next slide, please, Theo. This is just our contact information. So my contact info and SAMs for drinking water, and then we have a after hours contact as well.
Super, thanks, Rochelle.
Yeah, thanks, Theo.
Let's call on questions from remote people to begin with. I can't see hands or anything, so just unmute yourself and ask. Okay, don't hear any questions from outside, so we have a question here, Stuart.
Sorry, Theo, I can't hear the question if it's being asked.
Hi, Rochelle, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, Stuart.
Great. In 2022, the Government Accountability Office issued a fairly comprehensive report to congressional requesters stating that NOAA and EPA had failed to uphold the mandates that were put forward in that 1998 Hypoxia and Harmful Algal Bloom Research and Control Act. Have any plans been put in place to address the deficiencies that were listed in that report for EPA?
Hey, Stuart. So we have actually, one other thing which I meant to mention earlier was that we have put together an internal HAB strategy, which was recommended by those programs. And so we've developed the strategy, and this speaks to our work as a whole for the next 5 years across the agency, and kind of guidelines, general guidelines, objectives, et cetera, for our work. So that internal HAB strategy was drafted and completed as of January this year. And so, yeah, that'll help us stay organized. But one of the things that come out of that is that we're going to develop a steering committee that will, be helping with coordination. So hopefully that answers your question.
Any other questions in the room here? No. Anybody?
There's some questions online on the chat. There's one from June Bancroft about which location that Rochelle mentioned in the Portland area had a high, assuming cyanotoxin level.
So which locations for the benthics project? Is that the question?
I don't know the specifics. This is just what's in the chat. Maybe if June could ask the question.
Did you talk about the Portland area? I don't remember that.
Hi, this is June. I could ask a question. It was when you were discussing, I want to say Washington has some resource, the toxic algae database in Washington State, and you mentioned something about, I thought you near the Portland area, there was a high anatoxin A.
Oh, that was Lackamas Lake, Washington had a, I believe, a high microresistance value. But yeah, I can put in the chat the Northwest Toxic Algae Database, which is a really nice archive of the data collected in Washington.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What's the timeline, Rochelle, for applying for the grants for the that bipartisan bill?
I'll defer to Oregon on that since they're implementing it. I don't know if Gregg could speak to that or provide the contact for that. I don't know if Gregg's. There's Gregg.
Hold on, Rochelle. We're working through some IT stuff.
I'm sorry, I missed that, Dan.
Oh, we're working through the microphone IT. Hopefully it's working now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the states implement those monies. So yeah, I can provide some context, or maybe Gregg can for Oregon.
Well, actually, we better move on. We have a bit of time at the end of the session. Let's get back to that at that time, Gregg. Thanks so much, Rochelle. Thank you. For you here in the room, there is some coffee. Sorry, we better keep on ahead because we've fallen behind the schedule a little bit.
Well,
But
we
there's
have a 40-minute slot at the end.
there's basically lunch. So if you do need would like some coffee now, go ahead, get some, just as we're speaking. You can unpack some of the goodies that are up there on the shelf as well. Just help yourself to any of those. Okay, our next speaker is Al Johnson from the Forest Service. And Al's going to talk about Forest Service monitoring. You'll have to use the mouse, but that way people online can.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Al Johnson, a hydrologist with the Forest Service based on the Willamette National Forest. And since about 2002, I've been assisting our regional office with distributing guidance to all of the national forests in Oregon and Washington on monitoring and responding to HABs. So every year, the regional office puts out direction or guidance to all of the forests in the region and helps identify what are the priorities for monitoring. And one of the main things is the emphasis for monitoring is on high use developed recreation sites across Oregon and Washington. There's probably thousands of lakes, and so the Forest Service has to really focus its monitoring on a limited number of lakes, and those are primarily lakes that have developed recreation sites with a history of HABs. So on those lakes with a history of HABs, the guidance says that educational posters should be placed at public access points prior to the recreational season. And when a potentially toxic HAB is present, Forest Service should post caution signs. And the decision to sample for toxins is really up to the local manager. And for the last few years now, very little sampling has actually been done. There's a few exceptions, but in most cases, educational signs are put up. So I'll show examples of those signs. But if a public health advisory is issued based on sampling by the Forest Service or some partner agency, then we will promptly post health advisory notices, and removal will follow the OHA protocol for lifting a health advisory. Here's an example of the signs that are posted from OHA. The harmful algae blooms in Oregon. One is the educational poster that's put up at many recreation sites. And one of the complaints or comments I received over several years was posting these educational signs every year has been a big workload for many forests. And so in 2022, we had the harmful algae bloom sign printed on metal posters. So hopefully those will be durable, last a long time, and reduce the workload. For Forest Service staff. And we've also advised forests to put up the dog safety alert. We have had reports of dog deaths from people who have camped at Forest Service campgrounds when we know there's been a cyanobacteria bloom. So we do want to get the word out to people that that dogs are a particular, risk in those situations. So here's an example of a caution sign and a health advisory sign. The caution sign is one that we modified from a sign that is used by the state of Washington. And then we've also posted this is an example of a health advisory sign that was posted at Detroit Reservoir in the past. And one thing I'd like to say about these two signs is, and this is kind of a problem with signage in my view, is that the public has a hard time in many cases distinguishing between a caution sign and a health advisory sign. So when they see a caution sign, they assume that there's a health advisory in place when that's not the case under most circumstances. So because the decision to sample or not is left up to local managers, in many cases, the caution signs are put up at the beginning of the recreational use season, and they just stay up for the entire summer season. So that's one way that the Forest Service has reduced the level of or the required monitoring. So, like I said, most lakes are not monitored. And the caution signs are posted for the entire recreational season. However, there are a few cases where the Forest Service has collected some toxin samples and had them analyzed. An example is Diamond Lake on the Umpqua National Forest in 2022. 2 samples were collected. Both were analyzed for microcystin, and only one came back with a small concentration of microcystins. And in those cases, the primary cyanobacteria genus present was Loyotrichia. I wanted to give some acknowledgement to partner agencies that monitor water bodies where the Forest Service has recreational facilities. There are many campgrounds at Detroit Reservoir, for example. There's a very large state campground at Detroit Reservoir and several developed Forest Service recreation sites. The Eugene Water and Electric Board monitors water quality in Blue River Reservoir and Cougar Reservoir. And that's on the McKenzie River or in the McKenzie Basin. So they do bi-weekly monitoring through the summer season. And the Oregon DEQ does a limited amount of monitoring on some lakes, which I think Dan will talk about later. And on occasion, we get data from the Corps of Engineers as well. So this is, just wanted to bring up the situation that developed in summer of 2022. There was a large fire in the basin between Salt Creek and the North Fork, the Middle Fork of the Willamette River. So over 100,000 acres burned, and that fire was or is immediately above Lookout Point Reservoir, and so there's a potential for increased level of nutrients to come from the fire area and go into Lookout Point Reservoir, which is immediately upstream from Dexter Reservoir, which is a drinking water supply for the city of Lowell. So in 2023, the Forest Service will provide put some additional resources into monitoring for the effects of the Cedar Creek fire. And the photo there just shows when the fire was burning around Waldo Lake last summer, which was really sad circumstance. Waldo Lake was designated an outstanding resource water by the Environmental Quality Commission in January 2021. So right now, the Forest Service is working with PSU to develop a monitoring protocol for Waldo in 2023. The reason I show this picture of Waldo is not because I would expect a cyanobacteria bloom in Waldo Lake. Waldo Lake is ultra oligotrophic, has extremely low levels of nutrients, but may be very sensitive to an increase in nutrients, possibly from the fire. However, I would not expect that to create, a significant harmful algae bloom in Waldo. However, given the size of the fire in the drainage basin, we may see effects downstream in Lookout Point Reservoir and Detroit. So that's really about all I have. Are there any questions? Yeah, Dan?
Can folks hear me? Sounds like it. Okay. So that's pretty interesting about the Cedar Creek fire. And, it's one thing for Waldo Lake, but there's a number of lakes north of Waldo Lake in the Waldo Wilderness area that look like they've been affected pretty significantly. And I wonder if there are any plans for the Forest Service to maybe go and do some surveys about effects in those lakes, because those are, I think, pretty heavily recreated. Is that recreated? But I know that those are pretty well-known lakes.
Well, just north of Waldo Lake is the Waldo Lake Wilderness area, which has many lakes. And then just going a little bit farther north, you get into the Three Sisters Wilderness, which, as I mentioned earlier, the emphasis for Forest Service monitoring is on developed recreation sites and public education. So that people, when they go into the backcountry, we assume they know that they are assuming an increased level of risk that they have to deal with on their own, and that the Forest Service is not monitoring.
Questions from remote listeners? Again, please just unmute yourself and sing out.
Hi, this is June again from the Public Health Division. What was the Cedar Creek fire that you mentioned? Which one were you going to be monitoring that was going to be a drinking water source for someone? The city of Lowell, maybe?
Well, below the Cedar Creek fire, downstream of the Cedar Creek fire, is Lookout Point Reservoir, which has a history of HABs on its own. But then immediately below that is also Dexter Reservoir, which is a drinking water supply for the city of Lowell. So I know Theo's done some work there, done some genetic analysis on the cyanobacteria blooms in Dexter Reservoir. So yeah, Lowell is, potentially could be affected by runoff from the Cedar Creek fire.
Yeah, fortunately, we followed quite carefully the blooms in Dexter. Oh, it would probably have been 2015 to 2020 or something like that. Never any toxins. There were two types of Dolichospermums. There was Aphanizomenon. There was Gloeotrichia, but never any toxins. So fortunately, that was the case then, and I don't think any have shown up since, and hopefully it'll stay that way. Yeah, with regard to the Gloeotrichias you saw, we have sequenced 3 isolates, one from Crane Prairie, one from Dexter, and one from the reservoir down on the Klamath River in Northern California. And all of those were non-toxic. So it's rather likely that Gloeotrichia will be universally non-toxic in Oregon. There's a toxic strain reported from New Hampshire. So anything's possible, but it looks as though it's non-toxic. And that's consistent with the results that you saw, where the low levels of microcystin would have come from microcystis.
Yeah, so the Forest Service has monitored Gloyotrichia blooms in many lakes over several years, and we've never seen a significant amount of toxins. And when toxins have been detected, there's, a probability that it wasn't the Gloyotrichia that was producing the toxins, but some other cyanobacteria that was present.
Yeah, one more question.
In monitoring, say at Diamond Lake with the Forest Service and PSU, I don't know what the concern might be for post-bloom monitoring, and I don't know the potential for different HABs toxins to have a spike as soon as the bloom dies off, and what persistence there might be for toxins coming out, and if that's ever checked for.
In terms of follow-up sampling after a bloom peaks and dies back, Curtis might be able to answer this question a
Yeah,
little bit.
There is
more.
always
There, but typically, or in the past, OHA has not lifted a health advisory until a sample is collected that shows the toxins are below the OHA threshold. And in some cases, I believe, if there's been a long period of time, the advisory has been lifted without follow-up sampling.
And I think there's been a 2-week period built in to allow dissipation. Okay, one last chance for people in listening remotely. Anybody, any further questions? Okay, thanks very much, Al. I think our last talk of the morning then is Dan Sobota from EPA. Oh, we've got Nathan. Oh, Sarah. Oh, how far behind are we?
We're about a half hour behind.
Okay, sorry, Sarah, we'll get you.
That's okay.
So our next speaker is Sarah Burnet from the Army Corps, and she'll be talking about Corps HAB monitoring and research, and no doubt you'll be talking a little bit about Willow Creek, right?
Yes.
Sarah did her PhD work at the University of Idaho on Willow Creek. You're ready to go, Sarah?
All right. And you can all see my main slide.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just checking. Yeah, so I'll definitely address some of the questions that have come up regarding Willow Creek from this year, and regarding the bloom that happened in October. And so as Theo said, I'm actually still finishing my PhD, should be done this semester, but I started this position with the Army Corps of Engineers as a biologist in January of last year. So I have 2 hats at the moment, but Willow Creek's been my child for what feels like a while now, so always happy to talk about it. Advance. There we go. So for 2022 HABs, we were able to sample, other than Willow Creek, at Drina and Fern Ridge reservoirs, and collected samples on July 11th. Those were shipped to Greenwater Labs for analysis, and both of those samples came back as non-detect for toxins. We were alerted by the public that those conditions looked fairly green, which and were able to go out and collect the samples. But there were presence of potentially toxin producing species. At Fern Ridge, in particular, there was Dolichospermum and Aphanizomenon. Durina had Gloyotrichia and Dolichospermum as well. As mentioned previously, Willow Creek also had a bloom October 2nd. You can see in the picture on the left, that sample was collected, shipped to Greenwater as well, and analyzed, and had toxic concentrations of 995 micrograms per liter of microcystin. Other species present in that sample include Woronichinia and Aphanizomenon, along with microcystis. We collected another sample. The bloom decreased, as you can see in the picture on the right. That's from above. Frank was standing on the dam taking the picture around the northwest corner, which tends to be where those blooms accumulate. And that sample resulted in 55.3 micrograms per liter of microcystin. Again, same species as above in the October sample, but also including Dolichospermum. We weren't able to go out and sample. Frank's field season had ended, so myself and my coworker Holly went out and collected a sample December 16th. Due to being right around the holidays and sample shipping issues, that sample wasn't analyzed until we didn't receive results until January, which lifted that advisory because concentrations were at non-detect limits. In regards to signage and those questions that were brought up, there were signs at Willow Creek and are present at other Army Corps reservoirs. And I did confirm, I was looking through emails as those questions were coming up with our rangers, that there was signage present at that time. And they are present year round, just because blooms can occur at various times of years, as we all know, and sampling doesn't happen as frequently as we all wish. So we do rely on the public to use their better judgment to make that decision whether or not to recreate. And I know that's always a difficult thing to consider, but since we can't guarantee toxin-free waters, our job, again, is to best educate the public for the potential of risk, and so allowing them to make their own decisions based off of that. But we do also, when advisories are present, provide that information to OHA, which then also makes the advisories, those messages sent out to the public as well. Some research that is occurring also at Willow Creek with Frank Wilhelm and the University of Idaho, we are looking at using hypolimnetic aeration in that system. These discs were actually put in place in around 2008. Unfortunately, at that time, they were also turned on in the summer, which caused quite a bloom back at that time frame. But now we are actually trying to use them to extend those oxic conditions into spring as much as possible and promote as well early turnover of the reservoir in the fall. And hoping that that possibly will improve bloom conditions at Willow Creek. But again, this is an early study, so results are to follow. We do have some related publications. Theo will talk, I believe, about the harmful algae publication for samples that were collected from Willow Creek in regards to Limnoraphis. And there is also another publication in Limnology and Oceanography Letters called Blooms Also Like It Cold that was authored by Kate Rennell. That paper, and it also includes Willow Creek Reservoir information showing conditions that toxins were present in the summer, or bloom conditions in the summer, and then also proceeded into the fall winter, showing that there are possible conditions of blooms pushing into the fall winter cooler period. And then also my master's thesis also on Willow Creek, looking at internal loading concentrations of phosphorus in Willow Creek using 3 different methods. Some continued research. We are continuing to use Bluey platforms at a number of sites, including Blue River Reservoir. That occurred in 2022 and will also occur in 2023. We also have lake monitoring efforts with USGS, EWEB, and the city of Salem with a buoy platform. And those include those multi-parameter data sondes with satellite for real-time data for temperature, conductivity, DO turbidity, pH, chlorophyll A, phycocyanin, and DOM. We also have an additional USGS research project at Blue River that'll look to quantify a nutrient budget for the lake, comparing inflows from burned and unburned drainages. So some of that post-fire effect research. It was mentioned previously with the Cyan project studies using satellite information. So this is one of the methods that I keep track of as to if blooms are present in a variety of our different systems. As long as they're within the Cyan project, we should be able to get that data. And so this gives us an idea of whether that is in a high, medium, low cell abundance, and that'll give us an idea if we do potentially need to go out and sample these systems. And actually, this is partially what had us go out and collect that Fern Ridge sample last year, but that ended up being a non-detect. ODEQ with the Army Corps also has created a new website called HAB Explorer. And similar to the Cyan project research, although that gives you an idea of cell counts, this actually uses the NDCI index to provide chlorophyll A concentrations. And so I pulled up, this is actually the satellite Sentinel-2 image from Willow Creek from that bloom that occurred back in October. And this gives you a classification for potentially how much algae you have present. So you can see less than 0. If it's black, there's no algae, all the way up to a potential of 0.3, indicating a hazard. And then also it indicates how much of your water body by area potentially is in these different classification groups. And so that can also be helpful to give you an idea of maybe where a bloom specifically is present location-wise. As you can see, our blooms tend to, or as in that picture of Willow Creek, they tend to accumulate in that northwest corner, which this image doesn't necessarily show, but with wind conditions, we do get the blooms that unfortunately can move around the reservoir quite a bit. So that could differ based off of when these satellite images are taken. And as we know with satellite images, there can be issues with, say, cloud cover. In the summer, we also deal with smoke conditions, which can limit how much we can see from our water bodies. So it's not a perfect system, but again, it's a really helpful tool. This will eventually be publicly available once the system architecture is in place. Currently, it's only available for Army Corps network folk or access. So the timing of making that public is currently unknown, but it is a really fun tool to play around with as well. So I provided some pictures of the blooms that we had this year. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if there happen to be any.
Thanks, Sarah. Questions?
I have a question. Great presentation, Sarah. Thanks for sharing. How often is that tool updated? Your ERDC that you have access to?
So from what I could tell playing with it yesterday, it looks like the blooms are, sorry, I'll stop share. It seems to be based off of how often the Sentinel-2 satellite flies over. So I was able to pull up images about every week or every 6 or so days. It seems like it'd be great to have that at a higher frequency, but of course there's limitations as to when that satellite is flying over.
And is that tool work for across the whole state, or is it just in specific locations?
It has a limitation of 40 kilometers for water body size, so it should work for all water bodies, ideally.
Okay. It's super cool.
I think the focus is being on Army Corps reservoirs right now, with the idea of building it out from there.
Thank you.
Hi, Sarah. Stuart Dyer here. Thanks for joining. I don't feel like we hear from USAC very often. That's great to know what you guys are up to. Are you familiar with Carty Reservoir, just to the north of your main study site?
Of Willow Creek?
Yes.
No, I'm
Just
not.
outside Boardman? Okay, I was gonna ask, with the coal generating plant there being decommissioned and a large portion of the land that had previously been the bombing test range being
Mhm.
converted to cropland, Carty Reservoir is going to become the main aggregation source for that area. And looking at the cyan app, it is very regularly bright green. I was wondering if that was going to be monitored at any point, because I do believe it's a USAC facility.
I would have to look into that and get back to you. I'm not as familiar with the Portland district. Boardman would not be, I don't believe, in our jurisdiction, but I may be wrong on that. Since our district is responsible for the Willamette Rogue and then Willow Creek mostly. With some connections to the Columbia project. So that may be a different group that's responsible for that, but I can double check and get back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. Stuart, what was the name of that lake? C-A-R-T-Y Reservoir. I've never heard of it, but really good that you've noticed that, because that's something we should be looking at. Thanks, Sarah. Let's move on to the second but last speaker, and that's Nathan Reetz from DEQ. And Nathan will talk about the 2022 DEQ HABs activities, program review and going forward. So you're ready to go, Nathan, take it away.
All right. Hi, I'm Nathan Reetz. I'm the HABs coordinator for DEQ at the lab. I'm in charge of coordinating the monitoring and analysis for the drinking water and recreational HABs projects. We're going to be talking about what we did for DEQ this past year and what it's looking like going forward. Just to outline, I'm going to first start off with resource timelines, kind of looking at staff and equipment issues that we've been having, and then taking a look at specific projects, the drinking water monitoring, qPCR innovation project, our recreational monitoring, and we added a HABs component piggybacked onto the National Lakes Assessment. I'll talk about that as well, and then look ahead to this season and beyond. Our resourcing staff timeline, start of the season, we hired a new field technician, Kayla. She filled in my role as the NRS1 HABs technician. We immediately put her to work in that LNLA HABs work. She visited a lot of the lakes that they assessed and helped out with that HABs component there. Towards the end of summer, Mike Mulvey retired, and while he's not directly part of the HABs program, he started our HABs program. He's been involved for years and was a wealth of knowledge, and we're sure going to miss that institutional knowledge. Then in January, Aaron, the water quality manager, retired as well. We currently have Wade Pierman as the acting water quality manager up until April, when Karen Williamson is going to be ultimate replacing Aaron in that position. So a lot of staffing changes, a lot of lost institutional knowledge, which we will attempt to work through. Equipment timeline, the big issue for this past year, we were excited that we got a new chemist, and along with that, we got a new CAS. The intention was to work both chemists, both CAS, doubling our productivity. That new CAS arrived in July of 2021 and immediately failed its initial display of competency for microcystin and anatoxin.
Nathan, tell us what CAS is, please.
It's an instrument used for the ELISA analysis. Through a year of on-site troubleshooting with the servicer, that was never resolved, and it was ultimately sent back to the manufacturer via the servicer. A few months later, the servicer announced that this unit was no longer supported. It's unrepairable. And a month later, we were contacted by the manufacturer stating that they had repaired the CAS and it was available, which confused us with that previous statement. Come to find out, the servicer was purchased by a rival company of the manufacturer. So we dropped that contract, got the contract for servicing through the manufacturer. In January of this year, the CAS was returned to the lab, and has passed its IDOCs. So it's just display of capabilities. That's good news. After 18 months, we finally have what we intended, 2 working CASs and 2 chemists to work them. During this long struggle, we had a intergovernmental agreement with the Oregon Department of Agriculture to use one of their CASs. So we actually have 3 CASs right now, one of them on loan from ODA. Going into our drinking water program, this is a slide that's pretty much mirrors what Gregg had already said. We are testing from 55 facilities, 56 locations right now. One of the locations, the bigger ones that has their own labs, has chosen to analyze their own, which is fine. That's totally okay. So we've gone from 56 facilities down to 55, but we're still doing 56 locations. Again, just as Gregg said, we had no finished water detections in any facility. And I think that's the big thing from both of our talks that we need to take away from this. Here's the stats as a chart. Gregg mentioned that it seemed like a pretty quiet year, and I would agree. Despite the kind of an initial high Buell Red Prairie, there have been a lot less above the trigger level in previous years, and they've been later in the year. This is compared to the previous year. We had a lot more activity at a lot more higher level of toxins, and a lot bigger spread of those facilities that had those detections. This is a visual per map. Just kind of wanted to show this to show that there's really no one water body or system that is to blame here for these outbreaks. They're pretty much spread throughout the western end of the state. Again, we had only 2 facilities that had detections over the trigger level, and they're on opposite ends of the state. Compare that to the previous year, where we had a lot more facilities that were detected above the trigger level. Moving on to our qPCR innovation project. This was a partnership with Clackamas River Water and Salem and EPA Region 7. We were monitoring Detroit Lake and the North Fork as kind of a control for Detroit Lake. We split the sample with EPA. We're still conducting the on-site analysis for the qPCR. EPA has released their preliminary results, excuse me. And it's promising. We were kind of looking at a couple different things for process improvement when we were going through our in-house analysis, looking at what might be the difference between a field versus lab filtration and the different kind of filters. We've pretty much had that all nailed down prior to this season, and this season is a really consistent and promising data set. Again, this project is completed, and hopefully moving on to other things. The Upper Deschutes TMDL project has a HABs component. We've been monitoring these TMDL lakes since 2019. Last year, we monitored Odell, Crescent, and Crane Prairie Reservoir, as well as Lava Lake. Dan will, who's speaking next, will kind of go over some of these results a little bit more. But basically, it's looking like the satellite imagery that we're using, it kind of really matching what we're seeing in these water bodies. For DEQ recreational HABs response, like Curtis mentioned, here's a visual of what Curtis had mentioned. These are just the ones that went through the DEQ laboratory, including the non-advisory ones. Cape Lake Mares, Devil's Lake, Clackamas Cove, Subtle Lake, Diamond Lake, Silk Coos, Empires, Powers Pond. We all looked at, and no advisory was issued. This year during the National Lakes Assessment, we did add a HABs component to that. This was 22 randomly selected lakes, both public and private, throughout the state. We did 3 main components for our in-house analysis. There's qPCR, the ELISA toxin analysis, and then profile data, which included a sonde throughout the depths of the lake, tracking temperature, pH, conductivity, chlorophyll, phycocyanin. So we have all that data, and we're shifting through it now. Basically, we wanted to get a baseline data set for some of these lakes that we don't normally see, that maybe we can catch some of these bloomers before they're habitually blooming due to the climate change. Some of the challenges we've had this year, the biggest one was the supply chain issue. It affected expendables primarily. We are just now this month receiving some PET G bottles that we ordered for the previous year. The supply chain issue also affected shipping. In the beginning of the season for the drinking water program, we had many shipping delays. Those we kind of made in-program accommodations to try to mitigate that. Shipping problems kind of resolve themselves towards the end of the year. So hopefully this year, the shipping will be as consistent as normal. I mentioned staffing issues. Again, a lot of retirements. That's a big hit for institutional knowledge. And yeah, onboarding a new manager, getting her up to speed right in the start of our HAB season. That'll be challenging, but she's worked in the lab before. She knows water quality, and it should be very easy to bring her up to speed. Looking into the future, drinking water, that we have no planned changes for drinking water. I mentioned we changed a little bit last season to accommodate the shipping issues. We collected when we normally do on Monday, had them freeze overnight and then ship a day later, just to kind of combat some of those shipping issues, some of the overtemp issues that we were getting. That kind of backed up our timeline for analysis, making it kind of unable for us to react as well as we should to any of the detections that we had. So we decided to go back to previous years. Innovation project, sampling is complete on that. Upper Deschutes, the proposal for next year has been approved. Monitoring should begin next month. As far as recreational, we've tried to make things a little bit easier for ourselves. We have pre-built HABs response kits in all of our vehicles. So if we have someone out on an ambient run that might be close to a place that has a request for a sample, we can respond a lot more easily that way. Or continuing with that. I think our focus for this year and going forward is using the Cyan app more as a tool to inform our monitoring decisions. We know based off the EPA qPCR work and our own that 16S qPCR is really highly correlated to cell count, and cell count is what we get from Cyan app. So I think once we get that properly ground truth, we have several years worth of data. So if we want to model or something like that to look for a more proactive monitoring solution, we have that ability. And this is contact information for myself and acting manager Wade. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Nathan. Questions from the field? Anybody in the room? No? Okay, thanks, Nathan. Our last speaker then before lunch is Dan Sobota, also from DEQ.
Yeah, actually, this is Greg Ford with Phytoxygen. I thought there might be questions from inside the room first before it was opened up to the Zoomies. Is it okay if I ask Nathan a question?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So thanks, Nathan. The question that I have is a little bit less so on your talk, but I may have misheard Gregg Baird speak. I thought I heard him say that there was not good correlation between qPCR and the sample results, but I'm hearing a different story from your talk. Is that did I have a simple misunderstanding, or is there some conflicting data?
There were excuse me, there were two qPCR projects we did. One with conjunction with EPA, which was a recreational type. So You're looking at the 8 and 15 microliters or micrograms per liter, as opposed to the drinking water, which is the one Greg was referring to, which you're looking at 0.3. We saw really good correlation in the recreational one. We did not see very good correlation in the drinking water one. And probably several reasons. Sample size was really low, and another could just be that value. It just has potentially a harder time seeing at those lower drinking level values than it did at the higher recreational, which it seemed to be fairly consistently detecting.
Okay, one thing to add to that, because I talked to Kaylee and to Gregg Baird last year, and a critical component of the sample comparison is the sampling timelines itself. And if you're looking at same sample, or if you're also looking at a pattern with qPCR, and this is studies from Region 7, EPA, and USGS, in addition to some of the work that Phytoxygen has done with our agencies, is that there's a bit of a lag time between gene results and toxin results, and that can be like a week to 2 weeks or so, where you get first detection and peak detection. There's a similar lag time. So that could be a component in terms of assessing the data, is to look back for earlier results from genes to toxins. And I just wanted to bring that up, and I'm not sure how the data was assessed. I haven't seen it myself, but just something to bring up.
Hi, this is Kale Clauson from DEQ.
Hi, Kaylee.
Hey, I think the relationship they're talking about for that drinking water one is a regression-based analysis of it. You have to correct me, but I think what the issue was is that we didn't really have a lot of high toxins, or we had a lot of toxin. We had a lot of non-detects, right? We have, like a less than 10% frequency of detections in drinking water sources. And so if we don't have high toxins, we don't get high gene counts, right? So it is correlated in that fact that there's no toxins and there's no genes, right? And that's what we've been seeing with we've got better data from the recreational side, because those are selected already to have toxins. So we already kind of know that there's going to be cyanobacteria genes there, and there's higher counts of cells. So it's kind of a presence absence thing. So it's hard to make a relationship with that data if there's no toxins. So it agrees with the fact that there's no toxins.
Got it. And you guys mentioned that it was a quiet year. So, okay, well, thank you. That is, I understand it much better now with that greater information. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thanks. So my name's Dan Sobota. I'm with Oregon DEQ. I'm in the water quality program at headquarters in the watershed management section. I kind of head up the coordination team within DEQ. We have monthly meetings where we coordinate among the lab, headquarters, regions about HABs related activities. I wanted to give an update on an update on the updating of the DEQ strategy for cyanobacteria blooms. I also wanted to point out this hashtag Oregon Lakes. That's with the Oregon Lakes Association. If you get on Instagram or Facebook, we're starting to kind of get our social media going again in terms of posting pictures or information about lakes across Oregon. So I encourage you to do that. We're here obviously because there's an increasing public and ecosystem health concerns surrounding cyanobacteria blooms in Oregon. We know that it impacts drinking water, recreational activities, agricultural production, fisheries, and a variety of other issues associated with aquatic habitats across the state. In general, I think that we're, this is a never-ending thing, but there's always need for greater coordination and collaborations related to cyanobacteria blooms within Oregon and elsewhere, obviously. What I'm talking about today is that, over 10 years ago now, 14 years ago, I guess. Andy Shadell, who I think is on the call, worked for DEQ to put together a strategy for the agency to address harmful algal blooms. And I encourage you, if you haven't seen that, I'm sure probably many of you have here in the room. There's a document that's posted online that provides, at the time, the status of the science and the approach that was taken. Since that time, we have implemented many aspects of that strategy, but it's also been 14 years, so it is time for updating the strategy to get a better sense of the current state of the science and the current status of how we work within the state to address cyanobacteria blooms. So what I've been working with the coordination team within the agency and with specific partners with OHA and other partners, the EPA. We've been updating the strategy to basically outline how DEQ detects, monitors, assesses, and manages CyanoHABs with partners across the state, specifically with freshwater. Cyanobacteria blooms, obviously, marine HABs are a different issue that require different approaches. But in doing this update, we're hoping to identify what we've already achieved managing cyanobacteria blooms across the state, but as well as identifying gaps in the current approaches so that we can help better refine and improve our approach. And doing that, we're making recommendations to how to improve and expand the strategy for HABs across the state. And I should have mentioned before I go any further, I can't see the chat, so if you do have questions, please speak up and I'll be able to answer questions from online. So all told, we're almost done with this revision of the strategy. We actually have it through our review process, and we're undergoing final review within our water quality program. And we hope to, maybe within a month or so, be able to post this online with an updated HABs website, revamped HABs website that includes this document. But we basically are breaking apart the strategy, and we can view it as an operations manual, kind of explaining who's responsible for what within the agency and working across partners, so we get a better handle of points of contacts and responsibilities for different aspects of HABs. So we've outlined this in some pretty detailed diagrams using a swim lane approach, which will be available within the document. But we basically have broken this apart about how we approach drinking water, recreational use or recreational advisories, as well as within our water quality program, stuff that I'm mainly responsible for, addressing CyanoHABs in the context of the Clean Water Act, listing, developing TMDLs and managing HABs for contributing causes. I'm going to go through a few tables really quickly, just explaining some of the different, how we've broken this apart, different organizations or factions within DEQ and some of the main responsibilities. I probably won't spend a lot of time on the content here, but since this will be available afterwards and it will be expanded upon in greater detail within the document itself, but just know we've gone through and we've identified some key program areas and some key responsibilities that are part of that. And we, again, the document will go through some of the flow diagrams associated with that. We've got drinking water. We work closely with drinking, obviously with OHA. OHA is mainly responsible for administering the program. We basically execute a lot of the sampling and analysis and provide technical advice to OHA in terms of making decisions related to advisories and do not drink orders and the such. Same goes with recreational use, the immediate public health response. We consult very closely with OHA to conduct sampling, to provide information about potential recreational use, recreational advisories across the state. And we also can coordinate with external partners as well. Mainly we within DEQ, our main responsibility would be implementing the Clean Water Act, and that includes listing water bodies for being impaired related to cyanobacteria blooms. We have a methodology within our integrated report process, which is the kind of basic way in which we evaluate whether or not water bodies are impaired for HABs. From that, we have a process by we can implement management actions, whether that's through total maximum daily loads, TMDLs, alternative plans, or other courses of actions to address causes and contributing factors of cyanobacteria blooms. And we have this whole process lined out. This is actually kind of condensed down from the overall TMDL process within DEQ. Some things that we've been able to identify through our current approach and what we need to incorporate going forward. Climate change is obviously a big factor. There's a lot of questions about how climate change can manifest and affect cyanobacteria blooms. And it can vary at different scales, temporally and spatially. We've talked a little bit about wildfire. There's a lot of questions about the time scale of those impacts and indirect and direct effects, whether that's direct inputs of nutrients or indirect, which I think may be at play here in terms of like smoke cover, impeding light input into lakes, which actually can depress blooms. We also have identified better incorporating environmental justice. I know that's a big push overall within environmental management agencies lately, about in terms of recognizing that different communities within Oregon may be affected differentially from cyanobacteria blooms, and how better to incorporate that within our approach within DEQ and working with partners to do so. We also lay out the current status of funding, and as well as potential avenues that may be available for improving monitoring, analysis, technical analysis, and remote sensing. And on that last point, since I've got some time, I did want to talk a little bit about our work with the Cyan project. We've mentioned the Upper Deschutes project a few times so far. This has been in place since 2019. We've been working on since 2019, Crescent and Odell, and we've incorporated some other lakes over the years as well for monitoring. And what I'm showing here, I've just standardized this by day of year to compare across the 4 years to show, can't really see that, but on your right, on my left, is the measurements, the phycocyanin measurements that we've taken versus the satellite data on your left. So you can see overall the pattern looks feedback here. So overall the pattern looks pretty well, but when you actually do some specific comparisons, that actually kind of falls apart, except when you start to break it into classifications, whether or not you're detecting low amounts of cyanobacteria or high amounts. That seems to go pretty well. It's that medium amount, which has been seen in other studies actually, where it kind of breaks down. But so if the satellite data basically show that there likely is a low amount or no bloom, that's probably the case. And if it's high, it's probably the case. It's those in between spots. Was that? I wasn't being picked up. Okay. I want to end here with also talking about this weekly reports based on the satellite data that we've been collecting, which we think is a good proxy for cyanobacteria. I think I'm going to may have to stop sharing really quickly here to switch over to the website. Just take a second, I think. Assuming this will work. Here. I'm going to, I just want to give like a little walkthrough on the app here. Meeting controls. So this is live now. This is a website where we basically are pulling the cyan data from NASA, processing it the same way the EPA does for their national scale data. We just start piping it through an R-Shiny tool that Johan Grun, who's on the call, has mainly been responsible for doing the coding for. But we do this based on our IT capabilities. We're doing this on a weekly basis. We basically download data on a weekly basis and then process it and present it in this format. And during the bloom season, which we're calling roughly spring through fall, we're actually going to start going. We're going to get this going again next week. Is we're going to be sending out weekly emails to a listserv to notify that the data have been updated and are available to view. But what we do is we go through and we do an initial screen based on large water bodies, which I think there are about 49 across the state, and we flag ones that have over 100,000 cells based on a 7-day average daily maximum, just to give a sense of lakes that may potentially be blooming. I will say that during this off season or the winter and during the winter and kind of late fall, we do get some kind of quite a few false negatives that we have to be aware of. But during the growing season, it seems to hold up pretty well. So we have reservoirs that are water bodies that get flagged on this general map, and then we can scroll down and look specifically at individual water bodies. Here, I'll go down to Odell Lake, for example, here. Actually, maybe I'll go to Klamath Lake. That's a better example. And when you select on an individual water body, what it'll do is it'll pop up thumbnails of the previous 7 days worth of satellite imagery to give a sense of what the lake has looked like in the previous week. And then below, you have a time series graph where we summarize this at the lake level. We have maximum, minimum, mean, and minimum. We have some various controls. We can, and we display by default from the beginning of the current year. So since January 1st, but you're also able to look back in time to back to 2016 when Sentinel-3 came online to do this. And so you're able to get a sense of time series, to maybe get a sense of temporal patterns for different reservoirs. And then all the data that are used in the plot are also available to download below in various formats. I think we even have a PDF for some reason we have available. But so this tool is available now. And if you're interested in getting on the listserv to receive updates on a weekly basis when data become available, just feel free to email me. And I should have my email contact as on the meeting materials. But yeah, this. Oh, I didn't share it, did I? Oh, I am. Okay, make sure. Yeah, so this is available for use, and so with that, I think I can probably take any questions. And thanks, Dan. Feedback. Yeah, let me see if there's any.
Hey, Dan, this is David.
Oh, hey, David.
So with the correlation that you showed by those cell density bins, the greater than 100,000 cells per liter or milliliter, was that correlated with recreational toxin levels? I guess I kind of missed what the conclusion of that slide was.
Oh, all it's showing is that the cell counts correspond to the phycocyanin or cyanobacteria abundance. Toxins are a little bit different. They often have a lag with respect to when cell counts peak. I believe that we haven't done that analysis quite yet. In general, I think it works pretty well. And there have been some national studies that have done some correspondence that show pretty good agreement. But as was mentioned, I think by Nathan, I believe the qPCR data shows a stronger correspondence to cell count densities.
Any questions from the room? Other questions from remote? So the weekly reports are ready to go. The RStudio, is that the correct URL?
Yeah, it's the correct URL.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is it's available through, yeah, it's online now.
Great, great. So as Dan said, you can contact Dan to be added onto that listserv for notifications. We've got 10 minutes before a break. Thanks a lot, Dan. we will, when it comes to 12 o'clock, we'll leave the Zoom on. We'll be having lunch here. We'll disperse to get lunch, but you guys out there in Zoom country, you can continue to chat and perhaps talk. We'll just leave Zoom running. But are there any other questions or discussion points about anything we've covered this morning?
One question that I'm concerned about is in sampling that ODEQ does in the field for HABs and for other contaminants. I understand that toxicology from a lot of the contaminants increases greatly in low alkalinity waters. And so I'm wondering if that is a common analyte done when testing for contaminants.
I don't know if I can speak to that.
So just anything that would contribute to alkalinity? Most of the Oregon waters are all very, very poorly buffered and low alkalinity. You know, we are testing for total solids and total nitrogen and other contributors to low alkalinity, but I don't know if anybody's doing any modeling or regression analysis to see if there's a correlation between that and toxins. I don't think that we would be reporting anything as alkalinity.
Yeah, this is David. I guess I'll just add that it's directly related to the metals, considered the toxic metals, and you know their toxicity, but it probably not a standard parameter that's done like with recreational HAB sampling. So it could be a missing, you know, a missing piece, so to speak. And at our ambient monitoring, and when our lab, you know, is out collecting samples, that, you know, alkalinity is a standard field parameter that's collected. But again, that's usually associated with then assessing metals toxicity.
Yeah, alkalinity of during blooms can get quite extreme, but that's simply a function of the photosynthetic activity. I have a question. So there's a lot of money potentially available from the federal bipartisan act that we heard mentioned. Is anybody in Oregon, has anybody applied? Is anybody working up a project? Has anybody heard that they've been funded? Are we leaving a lot of money on the table? I don't know the details of how to go about it or what sort of entity is appropriate for applying. I don't know the nature of these calls for proposals. Is there a call for proposal? Is that what we've got?
Speak, but maybe Sarah might have insights, but I think the Army Corps has got some internal and external RFPs for looking at HABs, and actually it's quite a bit of funding.
Sarah, can you speak to that?
I'm aware of the internal calls. I believe one just ended. I'm not so sure on the external front, but I can look into that and get back to you.
Good. Rochelle, are you still there? Can you give guidance on what sort of projects might be considered and how to go about trying to access that money?
Hey, Theo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I included in the FAQs for the emerging contaminants grants. In my presentation, there's a link to the FAQs. I can also provide context. In fact, I put Julie Harvey from ODEQ as a contact for the drinking water program specifically, and Julie might be able to help connect folks to the different requirements as well. She works for Oregon DEQ.
Okay, thanks. So do you, Rochelle, since you were just speaking, do you think you can follow up with that South Umpqua issue? That would be really good if it can be incorporated into that PCR study you've got, or can some of this money be used to, for instance, get that included in a study?
Yeah, I'd have to, in terms of like the general funding through the state revolving funds, for example, that would be an Oregon decision, and, so you'd have to reach out to that, those leads. So Julie might be a good contact there. And then for our project on our research project in benthic HABs, certainly, I can follow up on some questions. But yeah, we have limited funding for that project, so I'd have to see. But I'll definitely take it into consideration and talk with the other folks on the project.
Super, thanks. Any other questions? Anybody out there in Zoom land? Question? Okay. We're going to adjourn then. We'll be back at 1 o'clock with the research talks of the afternoon. Thanks very much to all of the speakers.
1 o'clock. We're going to get started here in a few minutes. Figure we give a few minutes to have folks filter in, but we've got a pretty exciting lineup of talks this afternoon. We've got a series of 7 lined up. We're going to be talking about Ross Island Lagoon. We're going to be talking about the Klamath. We're going to be talking about coastal lakes. We'll be talking about genetics. We're going to be talking about all sorts of interesting topics. Let's give it a few minutes to let folks filter in, and we'll get going at 1:05. And for speakers, both online and in person, you have a 20-minute time slot. I know that the timing of the talks this morning kind of ran over a little bit, but we're going to try to keep to 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. Thanks again for the speakers. Might as well get going. We can sit in awkward silence for 4 or 5 minutes, or we can go through. Yeah. We good to get going. Good. As Dan said, I'm Stuart Dyer. Thanks for joining me today. I am one of the HABs chemists within the DEQ's Laboratory and Environmental Assessment Division, but I will be presenting some of my dissertation work from the Nedoba-Peterson lab at OHSU. As such, I would state that what I'm presenting are my own views and don't represent the organization in any way. We know cyanobacteria are an emerging global health threat, but we also have issues with them in our own backyard. And Ross Island Lagoon, while not a lake or reservoir, ends up acting like one in many respects. Within these impoundments or within stratified systems, buoyant cyanobacteria regularly become dominant. This is due to a number of adaptations and features. They are opportunistic nutrient scavengers and are capable of storing carbohydrate and glycogen reserves, fats and lipid droplets, phosphate and phosphate granules. They have a very robust and complicated suite of carbon concentrating mechanisms, and
And all of these things add up in a synergin fashion to really allow cyanobacteria to outcompete other aquatic phototrophs, especially when there's increased nutrient and temperature availability. And this results in doubling times well below 24 hours. During the warm summer months, when the water column thermally stratifies and we get a warm epidendritic layer that doesn't want to mix with the cold, nutrient-rich. Can you hear me? There we go. Great. And this sets up a system where cells need to move between the lit photic layer and the nutrient-replete deep layer, and this ends up happening in a diel fashion. During these diel vertical migrations, gas vesicles facilitate the movement between energy and nutrient pools, where photosynthetic dialysis generation provides negative buoyancy, where the cells can get down to that nutrient-replete deep layer. They're then able to uptake nutrients, and continued growth in gas vesicle biosynthesis generates positive buoyancy, where the cells return to the surface of the water column. As the thermocline gets deeper and deeper, cyanobacteria really gain competitive advantages over other aquatic phototrophs, and this is due to the rate of vertical migration that they're able to achieve based on gas vesicles versus something that would be flagellated or motile in a more traditional sense. I think this one is working. So as the name implies, gas vesicles are gas-filled proteinaceous inclusion bodies, and the strength varies among the homologs, and this is due to the length to width ratio of the gas vesicles, which ultimately influences their collapse pressure. However, the topology of the gas vesicles is invariant, and this includes the cylindrical bicone shape, the periodicity of the ribs that you can see running perpendicular to the length of the gas vesicle, as well as the surface of the gas vesicle's interaction with accessory proteins. The homology and variability within these gas vesicles is due to the 51 residue core segment of GVPA. The entire shell of the gas vesicle is exclusively composed of GVPA monomers, and within this core 51 residue segment, across all of the organisms that have been, the gas vesicle containing organisms that have been identified to date, there's a really, really high degree of homology, and the only substitutions that we see are very conservative. This creates an alpha beta beta structural motif, where alpha helix 1 here in blue is strongly hydrophobic and positioned on the interior of the gas vesicles, while alpha helix 2 is strongly hydrophilic and it's oriented on the gas vesicle surface. And as I said, this topology has been conserved across all gas vacuolate organisms identified to date. The GVPA monomers associate in a sense-antisense fashion, and it results in a continuous cross beta sheet where salt bridges and pi stacking between conserved arginine and glutamate and aspartate residues form salt bridges, and conserved tryptophan residues result in pi stacking. This alternate and inequivalent GVPA monomer layout results in a 4 residue translation per 2 monomer segment that creates a slant within the gas vesicles. As the gas vesicles grow and elongate, new GVPA monomers are inserted into the center of the vesicle, and this results in the 54-degree slant being maintained along the length of the vesicle. This 54-degree slant is the same thing that you would observe in filament wound tubes and pressure vessels, and it is kind of biological engineering at its best because it perfectly balances axial and circumferential stresses. And we can take advantage of the fact that the gas vesicles behave like pressure vessels through various forms of instrumentation. So one that I ended up developing would be a pressure nephelometer. So a nephelometric turbidimeter is an instrument that measures the scattering of light as a proxy for the concentration of suspended solids in a liquid medium. And a pressure nephelometer would take that one step further by being able to modulate the pressure within the nephelometric cell and then measuring the resulting scattering of light to determine pressure turbidity relationships. This is useful for gas vesicles because intact vesicles provide buoyancy and strongly scatter light, while collapsed gas vesicles do neither. So we can use this pressure nephelometer and sweep from low to high pressures within the nephelometric sample cell and collect a nephelometric spectra at each pressure step. So this would be a discrete nephelometric spectra centered at 860 nanometers. We would integrate that and it would give us 1 point on the other graph. So as we increase pressure, the gas vesicles collapse once the pressure exerted in the head of the nephelometric cell exceeds the critical collapse pressure of the gas vesicles. The cells begin to settle here, as you can see through the field of view, and we get a nice Gaussian distributed peak with the maxima corresponding to what we're going to call the critical collapse pressure of the gas vesicles. So you can think that's the pressure at which the force exerted on them is sufficient to collapse the vesicle. And something I'll note at this point is that pressure also increases with depth. So within a body of water, they're also going to experience similar pressures deeper in the water column. This critical collapse pressure is stable during balanced growth. So if we're looking at a typical microcystis strain here over the course of a 14-day period, we can see that it varies very, very little. It is also useful to think about the gas vesicles from the perspective of monitoring for bacterial abundance, because they're expressed constitutively with cellular growth, and they're also amyloidogenic, so they're really hard to degrade for the cell. It's a lot of protein investment for them, so they really are not using it as a nutrient reserve that they can tap into the same way they would like photopigments. And if we integrate the area under the collapse curve here, so the change in turbidity is a function of pressure with respect to pressure, I'm going to call that metric pressure sensitive turbidity. And it's a very nice proxy for gas vesicle abundance. And from that, if we compare it to chlorophyll fluorescence or phycocyanin fluorescence or direct physical cell counts, we see that pressure sensitive turbidity is actually the closest proxy to direct physical cell counts that we observed for this one organism. The collapse pressure is also species specific. And we end up seeing that you can tease out what is in a mixture of various reference strains. So this was looking at Merismapedia, Delicospermum, and Microcystis. Again, the length to width ratio controls the critical collapse pressure, and that length to width ratio is dictated at a protein primary sequence level. This also extends to environmental samples where we get clear, distinct conserved peaks. I don't have the data on here, I could show it at some point, but it holds across years, and within sites we see maintenance of these critical collapse pressures corresponding to each of the species that might be within that mixture. If we apply this type of approach to the harmful algal blooms at Ross Island Lagoon, it's really kind of indicative of some of the things that are going on throughout the course of the summer. So again, as the thermocline depth increases, there's increased separation between the nutrient and energy pools. And over the course of 2017, we saw the thermocline decrease from approximately 10 meters going down to about 15. And so pressure again increases with depth. For every 10 meters, it's about 100 kPa increase in pressure. And so at the start of the season, the pressure at the thermocline would be about 100 kPa, and by the end of it, it's closer to 150. During the same period, we were able to capture the 5 phases of bloom progression, which was really nice. So we have our lag period, the exponential growth period, inflection into stationary phase, and then bloom senescence. And chlorophyll A and pressure sensitive turbidity tracked very well together over this period of time. If we look at the intraday, so normalizing pressure sensitive turbidity within individual day sampling events, we see at the start of the season, there are many more and more balanced species present and represented. And then as we progress throughout the season, it shifts towards a few dominant species. However, if we normalize across the entire season, we see that there's really only 3 players: heterogeneous colonies with inorganic particulates, heterogeneous filaments dominated by a Delicospermum species, and then homogeneous colonies of Microcystis. In the context of what's actually happening out at the lagoon, this is pretty interesting because this period of exponential growth, if we look, it's right around August 24th, is the same time that we had a weather-driven mixing event. There was a lot of rain and wind that came through and disturbed the epilimnion. From looking at nutrient data, we see that there was increased nutrient available in that epilimnotic water, and this drove progression of the bloom. However, shortly thereafter, it was followed by an increase in the thermocline depth. So again, at the thermocline, the pressure is going to be approximately 150 kPa. And if we're assuming that the cells are undergoing diel vertical migrations to reach that thermocline for nutrient replenishment, you can see that the main most abundant cellular fraction is just below that 150 kPa mark. And so what looks like is happening is that early in the year, the low critical collapse pressure regime really dominates due to more efficient buoyancy reversal during photic cycles. But then as soon as the pressure, the hydrostatic pressure that would be encountered at the thermocline is exceeding that critical collapse pressure, we see disappearance of the low collapse pressure regime and dominance by the higher collapse pressure regime. And if we think about not all cells being toxic, this has some pretty big implications for species succession and also bloom dynamics. So the depth of the thermocline and who is present to some extent is going to dictate what is ultimately dominant, which could be put to use for toxin monitoring or to have more predictive or proactive bloom management. With that, I would take questions.
We have plenty of time for questions. So.
Hello.
Hello. Great talk, Stuart. Curious about this vertical migration. We hear a lot about it. Do you think individual vesicles or colonies will actually traverse that full distance down to the thermocline every day, or like a portion of them maybe, or how often do you think they're actually going back and forth?
Right. Anecdotally, if you go out in the afternoon, sometimes you could see a thick surface scum in the morning and it'll completely disappear by the afternoon. If you look at these clumps, right, those are quite large, like that's almost 2 inches in diameter. One thing I didn't mention about the collapse pressure, because this is an automated system, this is also a time resolved measurement. And since the interrogation window has a fixed height, you're getting a collapse rate or a settling rate from the measurement as well. Because hydrodynamic drag decreases with increased volume, because surface area to volume decreases as you become a larger colony, you can extrapolate from this to what a 2-inch colony would be able to achieve if it's the same species. And it's migration on the order of meters per hour, like 10 meters per hour. So I think from a time perspective, those larger colonies certainly would be able to go up and down that distance in a 24-hour time frame. Are they doing that every single day? I don't know. Is everyone within the bloom doing that? Probably not. If we did phycocyan and depth casts, I'm sure that we would see various species hanging out at various niches that are most appropriate for them. So yes, I do think the DVMs are taking place. Are they absolutely going down to that metalimnion every single day? Hard to say. If they don't have nutrients, they can't continue to grow. If they don't have nutrients, the redox stress goes way up. And if you can't reverse your buoyancy as one of these gas vacuolate organisms, there's no way for you to continue to grow and maintain. So.
Hello. Can you hear
Hello?
me? Hi. You can just leave this one up. So my question was, is this test like a destructive test, or is it reversible? And if it is reversible, does it follow the same curve, or is there a different, I guess, rebound curve?
That's a good question. I haven't ever looked at the reverse process in terms of going through the collapse exercise and then allowing the cells to become buoyant again. I don't know if they would without there being a directional light source. It's a good thought. We have pulled the collapse fractions for imaging and cell counts after doing the collapse measurement, and the cells do stay intact and remain viable based on photopigment autofluorescence. The gas vesicles? Let me see. I believe Kaylee's question was if it's a destructive measurement and if the measurement could be reversed. So if I were to collapse the gas vesicles, would we then see a return to buoyancy should the pressure be removed from the sample cell? Is that correct, Kaylee?
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, basically, like if you could, I think you were saying like some of these that collapse, can they return to the surface and basically gain buoyancy before other species?
Anthony Wasby did a lot of work and was kind of the pioneering person for gas vesicle research and pressure nephelometry. And I do think that he went through that exercise at some point. Like I said, they're amyloidogenic proteins. They're really hard to degrade. As we know, those type of structures are prone to forming plaques that can't easily be dissolved. And it's one of the contributors to human neurodegenerative diseases, not gas vesicles, but amyloid plaques. So they're very stable. You can see here, this is actually a collapsed gas vesicle. So it kind of sandwiches down on itself. They don't poof back up. Yeah, TBD.
All right, are there any other questions online? Looks like Kurt's got a question. Just give me we have a few more minutes. We can ask questions. Yeah, one more.
All right, Stuart. So I've heard you talk a little bit about these gas vesicles and I'm starting to maybe catch on here, but there's a bit of conundrum in my brain now because, you know, we tend to think more thermal stratification in a warming climate, thicker epilimnion. But now what you're saying is that if that gets too thick and the hydrostatic pressure is enough, once those cells migrate down to the critical depth, they might implode and then their history. So is that a negative feedback for these blooms? Is that the right way to think about it?
Yeah, so I think that that's what resulted in bloom collapse in this instance. So the low collapse pressure dominant portion of the population, the collapse pressure is just below what they would experience at the thermocline once it gets deeper over the course of the summer. And as soon as that hydrostatic pressure at the thermocline exceeds the critical collapse pressure of this low pressure regime, that was what corresponded to bloom senescence this year. The other thing to think about is the lagoon's approximately 40 meters deep, Desiree, 40 meters deep. So the high collapse pressure regimes, critical collapse pressure is just in excess of the maximum pressure that would be encountered in the base of the lagoon. If we think about length to width ratio for the vesicles controlling collapse pressure, it also requires more protein investment. The longer they are versus how wide they are. And so you wouldn't want to be having to put a ton of protein into a gas vesicle that you didn't need. So it looks like this high collapse pressure regime is perfectly suited for the niche it's occupying, where it's kind of maximizing its resources. So I think that this microcystis population is actually kind of the dominant one, and that this low collapse pressure regime has quite a bit of that same microcystis species with some other stuff in the mix.
Well, great. Thanks, Stuart.
Thank you.
Right. Up next, we actually have Dr. Desiree Tullos to talk more about Ross Island Lagoon. So you'll feedback's a little funky with this, but
Okay. Got it.
Just check. Do you want to use the pointer? No?
Oh, right, because we have a bunch of people online, huh?
I just checked. Can folks see the Desiree's presentation? Can folks see Desiree's presentation online?
No, I don't see anything.
Just give me a second.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks. All right, I'm going to continue the tour of Ross Island Lagoon, and that's loud. Yeah, essentially, hopefully to convince you, as this journey that I've been on to try to help identify some ways of managing the harmful algal bloom in the lagoon, that it's not really acting like a lake, not really acting like a river, and that impacts what we can do in terms of mitigating the suppressing the bloom. So I walked in a couple moments late, so really sorry, Stuart, I just got out of class. But just to sort of very briefly recap what's going on in the lagoon, we've had these blooms that have been showing up. This image is from 2021. It first was noticed by some folks that's recreate in the river on 2015, is probably going on before then, but that's when the first sort of major bloom really started showing up on people's radar. And so this is illustrating some of the effects of a tide that comes in, grabs a bunch of the algae that comes in the lagoon and then pulls it back out. And this is the Holgate Channel. You can also see, one of the things I really like about this picture is you can see the effects of the tide pushing some of that algae upstream as well. Because, you know, the tide comes in, it's like a 2-foot tidal cycle, 2 to 3 foot tidal cycle. So it grabs the algae and very slowly as it moves back out, and also pushes some of it upstream. So, you know, it's not just a lagoon based issue. It has, you know, implications for the rest of the lower Willamette. And the mechanism for this bloom, you know, the river's getting warmer over time. There's plenty of nutrients in the river, but the reason we have the bloom in this particular location, this was the historical configuration. Stuart, sorry if you already introduced this, but in the 20s, the Corps of Engineers built this embankment so you could have access to these 2 islands. And then over years, they extracted millions of cubic yards of gravel. So now you've got a 40-foot or 40-meter deep pit in the middle of the river, with still some active, not mining, but processing of gravel. All right, so just as an update, this is going to focus pretty heavily on the management side of things. But what we have been working on is trying to identify how can we tackle some of the limiting conditions associated with this harmful algal bloom. So the stagnant water, the hot water, you know, warmer water, and the excess nutrients. So these are the 4 solutions, the strategies we've been looking at: destratification, restoring flushing flows to the channel, bringing up some of the cold water at the bottom, and then phosphorus immobilization. And so I just want to just put a pin in this comment that like the real solution here is to reduce nutrient loads from the river. And so we're essentially talking about a small Band-Aid on a big problem, but it's a short-term fix to, yeah, something that's as a societal level, big scale issue, right? Like we can add chemicals, we can do a little bit of cleanup, but the real solution is we need to reduce nutrient loads from the river. Just feel like I need to state that, acknowledge that that's really what the real solution is here for the long term. All right, so I'm just going to quickly give you a tour through the solutions that we've been examining and some of the modeling results. The first was looking at how do we lock up some of the phosphorus that's in the river and that's in the lagoon. And this is essentially just using what's known sort of as phoslock. Can it be effective? And so these are some of the data that I collected out in the lagoon. This is from just last year. DEQ processed the samples for us. And I'm going to illustrate both the whole data set, and then we're going to take out the hypolimnion so you can see the results better. The flat lines represent the river sample. So this was sort of supposed to be independent of the lagoon. And what you'll notice at times, we also lost 3 Van Dorn samplers to the lagoon at this point over the course of a summer. And a student was working with me, had slippery fingers. And so there are certain, the nitrogen and phosphorus I expect would have been elevated for most of this season, but we were not able to always sample the hypolimnion because we lost the sampler. Anyway, there's a bunch of old dead algae on the bottom, and we see this in our samples. So we've got sources of nitrogen and phosphorus at the bottom of the lagoon. But what's interesting is that phosphorus goes to non-detect in the lagoon as the bloom really starts to take off, even though phosphorus in the river is really starting to come up. So we're seeing declines, the bloom starting to take up and potentially be limited later in the season by phosphorus, but while the river continues just to crank up its phosphorus supply. So just to summarize, a lot of data that I'm not presenting here, that we think that the bloom tends to be phosphorus limited by the mid to late summer, but it's more strongly limited by light and temperature. And so the question becomes then, well, do we think we can be successful with using something like phoslock to lock up that phosphorus? And there's plenty of examples of it being successful, but they tend to be in lakes and that don't have a lot of refreshing of flows and where you have a long residence time. And that is definitely not the case for the lagoon. Oops, this is come on. I've been doing this every day for all term. You'd think I know how to use this by now. So what you're going to see here, this is age of the water in the lagoon, ranging from 0 at the top to 120 days at the bottom. And I'm just going to jump ahead sort of to the more interesting parts as we get now in the case of like mid-July, that this water that you're seeing, this green water, it came in from the river in January or February. So it's coming in cold water. We're talking like 6 degrees Celsius that comes in the winter, and then it just stays parked at the bottom of the lagoon. And then by the time we get to the end of the summer, we get the age of the water is like 120 days. And this is the entrance over here to the lagoon at Holgate Channel. This is like the distance, really far distance, and even the farthest away, like margins get mixed by the tide, like a turnover of like a couple of days. So the point being that we do get some mixing of the surface from the tide that comes in twice a day. And it pushes its way across the lagoon, but it's a real slow and steady process. So this indicates to me it's sort of a lake, it's stratified, but it's not exactly a lake because it is refreshed on the order of the surface being on the order of every 2 days. And the other thing to note that's of relevance for phosphorus retention or phosphorus mobilization is that these are long-term trends of phosphorus in the lower Willamette. And phosphorus isn't going away, and there's plenty of it. Like, so maybe the peaks have kind of dropped out a little bit since the early 90s, but there's still plenty of phosphorus in the river to fuel a bloom. So that tidal cycle can kind of continuously resupply the phosphorus. So adequate nutrients, the tide recharges the bloom likely on a daily basis. So it's probably not going to be a very effective strategy in the lagoon. Maybe it could be effective along the margins. So some of the other strategies that we've been examining and modeling, one is destratification. So essentially taking this layer cake of temperature that cyanobacteria do really well in and mixing it up and turning it over. And the idea is to create light limiting conditions for cyanobacteria by eliminating their ability to vertically migrate. And this particular technology is really popular right now because it uses less energy than a mechanical mixer. So the idea is you inject a bunch of air. It might have a little bit of effect of immobilizing some phosphorus at the bed, but mostly the effect is really just to de-stratify the lagoon. And it tends to work best on systems that aren't mixed, that are well stratified. And so this is the topography of the lagoon. See, like in the deepest parts, this is the entrance to the Holgate Channel. This is the main stem Willamette. And the deepest parts, it's like 40 meters deep, but along the margins, it's really shallow. And so if I were to, when I draw the topographic line around the section that's stratified, based on the depth of the epilimnion, it is the majority of it, but there's still a lot of algae production that can happen along these margins. So destratification could address like the deepest portions of the lagoon, but might not address the production along the margins. And this is just some results of some modeling that was done with a colleague of mine in the Netherlands. And he didn't at all deal with the stuff that Stuart was just talking about with the pressures, but this is essentially just reduction in algal biomass and chlorophyll associated with microcystin growth, showing without mixing on the surface and then with mixing with destratification. So generally, this looks like it could be effective at eliminating microcystis blooms. But you'd have to operate this, pretty substantial compressor from May 1st to October 1st. All right, the next of the third of the strategies was, what if we just bring some of that really cold water pool up from the bottom, but we don't destratify. So we're just cooling the surface to slow down the engine of the lagoon, slow down production. So we talk about mechanical pumps, it's 6 to 8 degrees in the bottom. And what if we just essentially slow things down? We don't want to put it too close to the bottom because there are those hypolimnetic nutrients. So it's got to be suspended from like buoys out in the lagoon so it doesn't fuel the bloom. And we also don't want to over pump it so that we run out of cold water by like July. So that's the design process that we've been going through. And these are some model results that indicate cyanobacteria. It could be, this is biomass. So this is a case with no pumping. You can see biomass on the surface is pretty high. But we have to get really high pumping rates for like 250 gallons per minute. It's not going to cut it. 1,000 gallons per minute might start to slow it down, but we don't see the slow and biomass until you get into like 3,000 gallons per minute. It's really starting to move quite a bit of water and for it to be effective. So we got a lot of model results that indicate it could be effective, particularly for cyanobacteria, which are more sensitive to temperature. So it'll cool the surface a little bit, also drag the DO down a little bit because that colder water also has a lower dissolved oxygen. And it will slow down what I tend to think of as like the good guys. So these are the pumping rates. As you go to more aggressive pumping rates, you see there is a drop in the diatom concentrations, but it's an order of magnitude smaller than the effect on cyanobacteria. So essentially it slows the engine down, but it slows down cyanobacteria growth more aggressively. All right, then my last one is the flushing channel. The idea here is that we'd cut a notch through that embankment that the Corps of Engineers created to flush water through. And we're talking about flushing the upper either 5 meters or 11 meters. That's what we're simulating with our models to try to figure out how effective it can be at suppressing the cyanobacteria growth. So the design is probably it looks like a gated weir, essentially a channel with a gate on it. And comparing flushing both the photic zone, which some preliminary measurements and also some that I got need to talk to more Stuart about this, but the actual photic zone versus the entire epilimnion, which is around 11 meters. So the difference in terms of effectiveness. And the question that we're trying to answer is, are we actually producing less algae with this strategy in the lagoon, or is it just flushing them out? So it's two very different sort of approaches, and one being more acceptable than the other. So we've modeled this in the flushing channel is on with no flushing channel and with the flushing channel. And essentially, again, I'll just jump ahead to some of the results. You can kind of see some of the hydrodynamics here, like the tide that comes in that pushes across the, creates some small mixing on the surface. But what we get by the end of the summer is that flushing channel really starts to decrease the age, like how long water is in the channel. So essentially it's showing that the flushing channel can be effective at moving the algae and moving water out. But the question, like I said, is really whether it produces less algae. And so what we're seeing from these results, this is from a C=W2 model is that it does appear to be reducing the concentration of cyanobacteria. Now, this is a really small decrease, right, from 0.04 to 0.02, but this was just, these are initial results. Like this flushing channel is only 1 meter deep, and we started with creating like the simplest channel first. And so now we're just looking at increasing the depth of that channel and the width of that channel to see, can we get a more meaningful reduction in cyanobacteria just by creating that flushing. And yeah. Question then that I really have struggled with this on this project from the beginning is like, how much reduction is enough? How much reduction in chlorophyll A, or how much reduction in biomass? What does it mean to sort of suppress a bloom? What if we knock it back 50%, 75%? Like, what is enough? Because these techniques are all be effective to some degree, but it's not like an engineering question, what is enough? It's like a social values kind of question. And so that's a place where I still struggle. And I'm interested in other people's input on this because the regulations I think are pretty weak on this. Also, just to point out, like I'm a hydraulic engineer and I feel really confident in the hydrodynamics, but our ecological models in these spaces can be kind of weak. I mean, they generally represent phosphorus limitation and some vertical migration, but some of the other really important processes are just not really represented in these models. And then just the permitting, which I won't get into today, but it's its own sort of nightmarish thing. So yeah, that's my update. Essentially, we're in the Where's Waldo, but we're really getting close. We're kind of in the weeds, but we're getting close to finding these solutions. And the key take home from this last year of work since I last reported out was that this is not really a lake, it's not really a river, it's kind of doing both. And so we got the mixed and stratified sections. And our sense is that actually any of these strategies, except maybe phosphorus immobilization, could probably be effective, but they're not going to probably be 100% effective. And so the question is, what's good enough? So with that, I just want to acknowledge all the folks that have been working with on this and hopefully have some time for Q&A. Sweet, thanks.
Are there any questions for Desiree in the room? Here, I'll be the microphone runner real quick.
Hi, thanks for the great talk. I'm interested in the flushing channel alternative. Have you by chance looked at or read into the flushing channel that was built in Vancouver Lake, which is nearby the Willamette? That's on the other side of the Columbia River in Washington. The flushing channel was built several years ago now and has been shown to not flush the lake quite as often as they originally thought. So I'm just interested in your opinion on that and what modifications you would make to not make the same mistakes.
That is a great question. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, that's a great question. And what I will say is that I am aware of it and I have been told, and I'm aware that it has not been as effective as it was intended, and have reached out to the engineers to have a conversation about it. And essentially we haven't connected on it. And so it is on my radar. I'm aware of it, but I haven't, I don't understand sort of how that one failed. So I don't yet know how we can avoid that. And maybe failed is a strong word, how it hasn't achieved its objectives. And so it's on my radar, and it's certainly something that I'm trying to connect with them about, but I don't have an answer. Okay, yeah, that would be great. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Okay, cool. We were just talking, sorry, we were just talking about the fact that there are some modifications to the channel that are being modeled and that we could connect on that later.
Was there another question in the back?
Thanks, Desiree. The tidal replenishment of the nutrients was very interesting, and that wasn't anything that I've seen or thought about before. With that process occurring, does phosphorus still become limiting at any point that you're aware of?
Thanks, Dan. You're getting your steps in today. So our sense is that, and oh yeah, okay, it's still showing the green screen. There is a lot of phosphorus in the river, and it's showing, our results are showing that the algae are definitely taking up some of that phosphorus that's coming in. And in terms of identifying, you know, the bloom as that nitrogen or as that phosphorus starts to be depleted from the surface, it does appear that the bloom was slowing down, but whether it was like really limiting the bloom, I mean, the metrics that we use like, I'm totally blanking on some of them, the limnology metrics I calculated for it, but it suggests that it becomes phosphorus limited by the end. But and our models suggest that they can be phosphorus limited. But it's this sort of conundrum that and that's part of the reason why I am not necessarily comfortable recommending the P immobilization, because it's not really clear, even though there's indications that they're limited by the phosphorus. My sense is that they're more limited by, because there's that replenishment, that they're more limited by the light and the temperature in the lagoon. So they're definitely using the phosphorus. It's definitely becoming depleted, and they tend to slow down around the same time as the phosphorus becomes depleted. But this resupply makes me suggest that, yeah, that it's not as the strongest limitation on their growth. Yep. Yeah, the carbon limitation part I think is really important and interesting too, because there's low alkalinity in the river, so low buffering capacity. And if we are starting to look at like a mixing strategy that could bring up, you know, bring up nutrients or bring up more carbon and you know, increase oxygen, essentially it could create support further biomass, further growth. And so it's something that's definitely on our radar, because I think, and it's not something that I think a ton of people have paid attention to, but I think carbon limitation might be even more, it is something that's important of something that's on our radar. Amalia?
Hi, Desiree. I'm Amalia. To your question earlier about how much reduction is enough. That's something that I've struggled with as well, but I found relatively good response to, instead of saying, here's the concentration that you want to achieve, I pick some kind of target concentration and I express the results in terms of the probability under XYZ scenario of achieving that concentration or that level. And so you can tune both the threshold level depending on what sort of the comfort level is for the target audience. And then by talking about the probability of achieving that, that's something that I've found some traction with. And so I'm happy to talk more about that if that's something you're interested in.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Molly. I appreciate that. The things that I think I run into is like the chlorophyll A, the lower river is listed as impaired for chlorophyll A, and the concentration is like 15 milligrams per liter. But we get diatom blooms early in the season that far exceed that. And so to me, it's not meaningful to say I'm going to get my my chlorophyll A, even regardless of what the probability is, below 15 milligrams per liter, because even the good guys can produce that much chlorophyll. Or similarly, like we don't know from a biomass perspective, like, is it just look skunky or is it actually producing toxins? And so there's not like a connection to the things that matter to people, which is A, does it look skunky, and B, is it producing toxins? And so that's the space in which I feel the least uncertainty. Like I can pick and say like reduce it, we can probability of reducing the biomass by 50%, which would be great, right? Like it's better than what we have now. But in terms of people investing like millions of dollars in it, like is 50%, and it's still not clear. There still could be toxins. Like the one that happened this year at Cathedral Park was 150 micrograms per liter of microcystin. It was a tiny little bloom. So from a biomass perspective, it was small. So I agree that the probability part is really helpful, but it's defining what that threshold is that I still struggle with. Of like, I can't say as an engineer or as a designer, like it's going to be, we won't have toxins anymore, or won't look like a skunky lagoon anymore, because yeah, I don't know how much is like, what is skunky looking, you know, where's the toxin production gonna be large when they die? Thanks for feeling the pain. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Desiree. We're gonna move on to the next talk. Yeah. I think Theo is up next. Let me do the screen share thing here. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'll hand you the microphone.
Right, Theo Dreher here. I'll get started in a sec when we have the slides up. We hear a lot about a few cyanobacteria. We hear about Dolichospermum, Aphanizomenon, and Microcystin, as Kurt likes to call them, Annie, Fanny, and Mike, right? And they're really important because we do know that a lot of these are toxin producers, but there are quite a lot of other cyanobacteria taxa that are out there. We know that. But importantly, a number of them can be quite abundant and be the dominant cyanobacteria present in a bloom. So that's what we'll be talking about. Wrong one. Sorry, Dan, wrong slide. So I'll be talking about, sorry about that, that's the one that's numbered. Down. I'll be talking about blooms that we've come across that are dominated by Woronichinia and Limnoraphis. And these, as we'll see in the Pacific Northwest, can be quite abundant. And we've not known in the past whether they've been toxic. They've been often associated with blooms where we know there is toxicity, but that's could have always been, the explanation could have been that other coexisting cyanobacteria were the producers. Often it's been Microcystis. It's clear that there's been some Microcystis present often. And the good news is that for both the Limnoraphis and for Woronichinia, in fact, from the genome sequencing, we can see that they are, or at least the samples that we sequenced, are non-toxic. They're not able to produce the cyanotoxins. And it really is consistent with the abundance, the data that you can get looking at the toxicities when there are peaks across a season and the coexisting cyanobacteria. Thanks, Dan. So I'd just like to acknowledge my collaborators from Oregon State, Ryan Miller and Ed Davis, and Frank Wilhelm and Sarah, who we heard from earlier. Thanks for that work. That was based on Willow Creek with Limnoraphis. And Robin Matthews is retired from Western Washington University up in Bellingham. And it was the work on Woronichinia that we did together. So let's, these are the morphotypes of Woronichinia here on the left. It looks a little bit like Microcystis colonies in a sense, but the diagnostic thing is really that there is a circle, a halo of cells on the outer perimeter of the colonies, because the cells are in fact resident on that outer surface and they're connected with stalks that will go into the middle. It's very hard to see those stalks, but so as you ratchet your focal plane on the microscope through that colony, you will always see the cells on the surface. And as these colonies divide, the sort of colony divides en masse, they take up this sort of kidney-shaped morphology. So in some ways they can be, you can imagine they can be confused with Microcystis, and they perhaps have been sometimes. And then Limnoraphis is one of the oscillatorians. So we think of that class of cyanobacteria very much in terms of benthic circumstances, but not so much in Oregon in planktonic blooms. We're talking about a planktonic bloom here. And so this, as I mentioned before, Limnoraphis we came across in Willow Creek Reservoir, and Woronichinia in Weiser Lake, which is up near Bellingham. Yeah, so the important thing is that these cells are at the periphery. If you access the data in that wonderful Washington State database, toxic algae database, this is looking at the data from 2007 to 2019 for Woronichinia and looking at occurrences, just whether it's present or not. Actually, whether it's dominant or subdominant in a sample that was tested. Amongst all of the lakes sampled, this is a wonderful program. Many lakes are routine tested each year. It's not on a routine basis, it's a little bit ad hoc, and often responds to the presence of blooms, but many samples have been taken and analysed over the years. And the orange then shows the lakes in which at least one time during that period, from 2007 to 2019, Woronichinia was dominant or subdominant, plenty of times. So it's out there and it's really quite abundant. And here we look at the times that other cyanobacteria are the dominant or subdominant genera. And so quite common for Aphanizominum. The black and grey ones are for Western Washington. The brownish ones are for the east of the Cascades. Common for Dolichospermum. And the next most frequent one is actually Woronichinia, more so than Microcystis. This is in our area. It's probably going to be different in different states. Warmer areas might very well have much more Microcystis, but there's a lot of Woronichinia around. And if we look here at the number of occurrences when Woronichinia is the dominant cyanobacterium, and toxin levels, microcystin in the black and anatoxin in the grey, are above 50 parts per billion. And at these lower levels, you see that there are really a lot of occurrences over those years. So that's the point that I mentioned earlier, that often when Woronichinia is dominant, we do have toxic blooms. And the question, of course, has been, is Woronichinia a producer? So we sampled during 2018 in Weiser Lake. It looked like this across that season. There was a peak in phycocyanin and chlorophyll late in the season when Woronichinias were dominant. Woronichinia was present a lot of the rest of the time. Microcystin was highest, however, in the middle of the season when cystis was dominant. So back here, there's not very much Microcystis, but there is a little bit of Microcystin. And so, you know, the question is Woronichinia a producer? So we sequenced the entire genome. We won't go into that very much, but Woronichinia is in a group, a monophyletic group. So these are other Woronichinia isolates. Many times with Dolichospermum, you don't end up with a monophyletic group because they're hard to identify correctly from a genetic basis from the morphology. That evidently isn't a problem with Woronichinia, so that's good. Although Snoella is pretty close in terms of morphology, but we can see that Snoellas and Woronichinias are adequately separated. So I think the morphological characters I talked about are pretty safe in terms of identifying Woronichinia. It's turned out to be, I won't go into it much, but it's turned out to be an incredibly interesting genome. It's really large, whereas there are 5 million or 6 million base pairs in the genomes of Microcystis, Dolichospermum, Aphanizominum. This genome is substantially bigger. That's 20% bigger. But the number of protein coding, number of centrally of genes with known functions in metabolism and so on is not very elevated. Of course, the number of total protein genes is elevated because there's a lot of coding capacity. So what is contributing to this very large genome size? It turns out to be almost entirely due to transposases. So transposases, these are jumping genes, these are transposons. They're well known to be at elevated levels in cyanobacteria. And it was mentioned with the first Microcystis genome to be published. But the level in Microcystis is peanuts compared to Woronichinia. This is a level, 30%, approaching 30% of the genome is in jumping genes, transposases. So question really is, how is that maintained? And how is it that you don't get genomic fragmentation to the point of everything collapsing in this bacterium? Or alternatively, oftentimes transposases and transposons are talked about as having evolutionary advantages. And that's certainly easy to imagine, but little because you get a lot of genetic innovation. But hard to imagine if you have such enormously high levels. So I think this will be a really interesting bug to study in terms of evolution and evolutionary strategies in the future. But as I mentioned, it's we actually did quite a comparison of the genes and found that all of these have very similar genetic characteristics in terms of the genes for nutrient acquisition, for buoyancy, for photosynthetic efficiency, and so on, that we think of as, or people have seen, are needed for success in a bloom. So there's not a lot of difference in terms of the gene capacity there. But Woronichinia is distinguished by this very large component of transposons. So let's switch to Limnoraphis. So this is from Willow Creek, the reservoir out in Eastern Oregon. These are oscillatorian, so these are filamentous cyanobacteria, characterized by cells that are wider than tall. So you can see that the cell is, they're sort of like stacked bricks. And oscillatorian type cyanobacteria either have sheaths or don't. And these sheaths are shown here where the filament has been lost. They're very hard to see. Maybe this is the sheath here, but under the microscope, these can be very, very hard to find. But it's actually a pretty important identifying characteristic because it distinguishes these Limnoraphis from others like Oscillatoria, Lyngbia, and Planktothrix. And if we go back in the databases, such as that Washington database or others, and analyses from phycologists that many times are analysing our samples, these Limnoraphis have probably been confused with these other genera in the past. And I know that some of the current phycologists aren't paying attention to the presence or absence of these sheaths. So that's obviously not going to give us the best results. So similarly to Woronichinia, Limnoraphis, going to Washington where we have the best data, is pretty widespread. Not as widespread as Woronichinia. And where it's been most abundant is in Washington over the years was in Moses Lake, which is in the east. So perhaps is a cyanobacterium that is more prevalent, going to be seen more prevalently in east of the Cascades. Like Woronichinia, it was very often in mixed blooms and often in the presence of high levels of microcystin. So again, you would wonder, is it a producer of cyanotoxins? So the season that we sampled was in 2019. The season was dominated by Aphanizomenon floss-aquae. There was a good deal of microcystis and Chloeotrichia. These bars represent the microcystin levels, and they're taken from a couple of sites. So high microcystin toxin was seen late in the season, but also throughout the season. And in these late samples, it coexisted more likely with Limnoraphis, which is this thick red line, more obviously than with microcystis. So again, there really has been a question as to whether it's a cyanobacterium of concern in terms of toxin production. It looks like this. It sort of looks like a egg drop soup. But here you can see some strings. So what I did notice is if you take a stick and put it in the bloom and lift it out, typically it's said if you get something that's stringy enough to hold onto that stick, it probably isn't a cyanobacterium. It's probably a green algal scum. But this actually does behave in that way. So it's a bit uncharacteristic in that sense. Limnoraphis is a group that is found in fresh water. And again, if you pay attention to the presence of the sheaths, it seems the morphology enables accurate identification. A sister group are these benthic and salt water derived cyanobacteria. Others, such as Planktothrix, are more distantly related. So I think Limnoraphis is something we should be paying attention to. It was characterized here in USA. That was from Clear Lake in Northern California. And just to finish then, again, from the entire genome sequencing that I won't show, we could see that there were no genes for the production of microcystin or any of the other cyanotoxins. So these levels here must have been present because of coexisting microcystis that perhaps wasn't adequately identified microscopically at this time. I think that's it there. We'll stop there. Thanks very much. Any questions from the room? Yep, Stuart.
Thanks, Theo. Great talk. The transposable elements in the insertion sequences is really interesting. I'm glad that you brought that up. You also showed them nesting very closely with Synechococcus and Synechocystis, which have been shown to have multiple hundred complete genomes that divide asynchronously to cellular division. With the overwhelming abundance of transposable elements within the Woronichinia genome, is there any concern that there could be multiple complete genomes within the single cell that are being misidentified or misascribed based on your assembly?
Tell me again,
Multiple hundred complete genomes within a single cell that divide asynchronous to cellular division.
Okay, I'm not aware of that. Yeah, it's possible that there's a mistake, possibly, but we used long read sequencing, which means that the most of the sequencing you see is derived from 150 nucleotide length snippets. That's tiny compared to the genome, right? You're using 150 nucleotide information acquisition and then putting it together into 5 million. So we're acquiring a sequence that's 5 to 10 to 15,000 long. So and you can look at read depth, you can look at structural variants. So we've done that, and we don't see any anomalies. It's possible that there is an anomaly, but I don't think so. Any other questions, or from Zoom land? Good, thanks very much.
Thanks, Theo. Really interesting to get updated on that. So next we have Laurel Genzoli, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly, from the University of Montana. She's going to be giving a talk on benthic blooms in the Klamath River and tributaries. And Laurel, take it away whenever you want.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, hopefully this talk will kind of go in with some of the ideas and things that were talked about this morning with benthic blooms and lay a little bit of framework for some of those upcoming studies. I'm excited that it seems really relevant to this morning's conversations. So I'm gonna be, whoops, let's see if I can get these to advance. There we go. I'm gonna be talking today about a project that I've worked on very closely with the Cude tribe on the Klamath River, as well as the 5-tribe water quality consortium on the Klamath River. And I've been doing this work while at the University of Montana, working on my PhD with various support here. The Water Board in California helped with some of the samples that I'm going to be reporting on today, and then also have collaborators including Grant Johnson from the Cude tribe, Jake Kahn at Aquatic Ecosystem Science, Tim Otten with Ben Genetics, and Joanna Blazak at UN Reno, and my major advisor, Bob Hall, who's here in Montana. All right, so as we all kind of know, and even just in talking today, benthic cyanobacteria are widespread and can produce toxins, but historically the research is really focused on these planktonic blooms until quite recently, and this is shown just in the publication record with these orange bars showing publications focusing on planktonic blooms and the black bars focusing on benthic. And we are seeing an increase, but it's been very recent and still not caught up to the emphasis on the planktonic blooms. But the distribution and drivers of benthic blooms are still pretty poorly understood. And so some of the toxins, or one of the major toxins that has become kind of a highlight in these benthic blooms is anatoxin, which is a potent neurotoxin. It's been associated with dog death and illness. I just have one newspaper clipping here referring to dog deaths that were likely associated with anatoxin a few years back on the Columbia River. And one interesting fact about anatoxin is that it degrades pretty quickly in the environment. It can occur in planktonic and benthic cyanobacteria, but overall, these benthic sources are still pretty poorly documented. And this same review paper on benthic cyanotoxins from 2020 showed only, it was like 6 or 8 countries here in green that had reported anatoxin associated with benthic cyanobacteria. And that was just a couple of years ago. So we're really left with this question of to what extent is benthic sources of anatoxin not common versus have we just not been looking for it? And I've been working on the Klamath River in Northern California. So in the portion of the Klamath River below the series of hydroelectric dams. And this is an area that has really high productivity and water quality impairment. And it has a really well-documented planktonic bloom coming out of these hydroelectric reservoirs. That's often dominated by microcystis in the summertime. So there's been really broad sampling for microcystin toxin and more sporadic sampling for anatoxin over the years. But all of these samples have been taken as water column grab samples, or most of them had been taken as water column grab samples over the years. And they had an overall pretty low detection rate for anatoxin, at least compared to the microcystin detections. And in 2019, while doing other algae-related work in the river, we started observing benthic cyanobacteria mats. And that led us to this hypothesis or idea that these benthic mats might actually be the reason for kind of more sporadic and rare detections of anatoxin just based on that sampling method of doing a basic water column grab sample. So we stepped back and asked really what the extent of anatoxin dynamics, what was the extent, sorry, and dynamics of anatoxin in the Klamath River associated with benthic or attached cyanobacteria. And we really wanted to know how anatoxin was varying through space, time, and among the environmental mediums that we're sampling, because that really basic knowledge is just completely undocumented outside of these few observations that we started making while doing other work on the river. So when I say environmental mediums, I'm thinking about benthic mats, specifically the ones we can access along shore. I'm thinking about water because those are the more traditional sampling techniques that have been employed over the years. And then also thinking about the benthic mats dislodging and being transported downstream. We also were interested in trying to start to address what taxa specifically in these mats is producing anatoxin and what conditions are promoting anatoxin production. So in the summer of 2021, I worked again with the Cude tribe, who was able to secure funding for a pretty wide scale sampling effort. And we sampled at about 10 sites in each of July, August, and September. And at each of these sites, we did a general kind of area search for cyanobacteria mat cover. We collected samples, composite samples of the mat from within a site. We collected a water column grab sample. And then we also used invertebrate drift nets to try to capture transported coarse particulate organic matter as it was moving downstream, with the idea that it was capturing sort of an average condition, if it were capturing kind of the sloughed algae moving downstream from throughout a reach rather than just from a small area of the river we were able to access as surveyors. So we had these 3 sample types, and each of these 3 sample types were analyzed just qualitatively for taxa. So we had the dominant, subdominant, and up to a third species listed as being present in the sample, or sorry, taxa, I should say. We also had ANA-C gene copies analyzed using the qPCR methods that have been talked about a few times throughout the day. And then for anatoxin BioELISA as well. All right, so the first really important thing to point out is that these benthic mat forming cyanobacteria were nearly ubiquitous throughout our surveys. We found cyanobacteria mats in the majority of our sampling. sites throughout the season. We also had super high detection frequencies of these samples. So you can see on this chart here that our water samples had the lowest detection frequency, at about half of the water samples had Ana-C genes. We had those coarse particulate samples, about 75% of them. So when we put the net out, not seeing any cyanobacteria or knowing what was there, 75% of those samples did come back with positive detections. And then mats that we sent in had 86% positive detections for those qPCR genes. You can see that the ELISA had almost complete detections of anatoxin. The one caveat I will say here is we weren't able to process those samples for ELISA until August and September, which is when there were higher toxins. So we're not totally sure if the ELISA is more sensitive or if it was just a timing issue. Either way, really high detections in all of our sample types throughout the summer and sites. Okay, so this is addressing some questions that have come up, or maybe not addressing, but throwing some more data and evidence at you. We actually had really good congruency with the Ana-C genes predicting the anatoxin concentrations from the methods of qPCR and ELISA. And you can see in this relationship here, our scored value is 65%. And that there was even some potential differences that I'm not going to get into just among sample type, that within a certain sample type, the relationship was even stronger. So we felt that Ana-C gene copies were a really good indicator of anatoxins, at least in this river from these sources. We also compared the environmental medium, so those 3 sample types, when we scaled them to the environment. So this is how much was in wet benthic mat material, how much was in water grab sample, and then how much was in this transported mat material once scaled to the amount of water that had gone through those nets. And we find that the benthic mats were definitely much higher, indicating that they're the likely source of anatoxins. And that although these environmental concentrations were lowest in these transported coarse particulate organic matter or net samples, they still had chunks of algae with anatoxins. So overall lower on average, but still a risk factor. All right, here what you're looking at are the different sites by river mile along the x-axis. And each of these lines represent a different month. So you can see the different dots here representing a different month. And then the blue lines represent our tributary sites. So we worked in tributaries that were adjacent to the Klamath River, running into the Klamath River, as well as at sites along the Klamath River. So there's a longitudinal trend and then these tributaries in blue. And if you focus on the C panel over here, or B, which had pretty similar patterns, you can see is that tributaries had high anatoxin, and these are more clear, often considered higher water quality tributaries. They tended to have the highest anatoxin along with a couple of our sites further downriver, whereas our sites higher up, which were actually closer to the dam that experienced higher levels of microcystin from the reservoirs, had lower anatoxin in our samples. And I think in terms of time, I'm going to skip through some of the other details of these samples, other than just to say that in panel D, you can see the actual load. So we scaled it to discharge. And once you do that, you can actually see that a pretty similar amount of anatoxin is being transported out of the tributaries as from the main stem. So we also were able to use a really amazing long-term water quality monitoring data set and match it up with our sampling, which we designed to be taken along with these water quality samples. And we looked at environmental correlates of anatoxin. And the major take home here is that really the differences between tributaries and main stems were the major driver of these weak negative correlations between anatoxin concentrations and water quality. So we didn't find the strongest correlations ever. There were some evidence for phosphorus and nitrogen, as well as a correlation with dissolved organic carbon. But a lot of that appears to be driven by differences, between the tributaries and main stems. So there's a lot more thinking to do here about what else might be different than just the actual water quality parameters in terms of the tributary versus main stem characteristics. All right, and then in terms of looking at what taxa was actually producing the anatoxin, or what taxa we found, I guess I should start with, we found microcoleus to be rather common throughout the study. It was the dominant taxa in both benthic mat samples and in those transported samples. We also found quite a bit of Anabina, and there were some others in that same family that we found in our benthic mat samples. And again, these are the dominant taxa in each of these samples. We did end up with some microcystis, mostly in those net samples that was likely being transported from the reservoirs. And then a few other taxa that came up a few times, but really the main ones were microcoleus and Anabina. And in terms of looking a little bit deeper at this panel on the left, what you can see is that these are grouped by family now. So microcoleus is going to be in the Oscillatoraceae, and Anabina is in the Nostocaceae here. But you can see that the samples that had microcoleus or other Oscillatoraceae dominant also had the highest toxin levels. Anabina and others in the Nostocaceae had lower toxin levels. And then here's some of our less common taxa. When we actually looked at if microcoleus was dominant, subdominant, or present, or not detected at all, we also see a decreasing trend in the toxins, like associated with how dominant the microcoleus was in each of these samples. And so that was good indication that microcoleus, or at least that microcoleus was associated with higher anatoxins. But we actually had some funding left at the end of the study to look deeper into the genetics. And so Tim Otten ran an analysis where he did the cyanobacteria specific 16S rDNA and ANA-C gene sequences, and then compared them to see who was actually producing the anatoxin, at least according to the ANA-C genes, and found nearly all of the samples were most closely related to the Formidaceae family, or microcoleus most likely, with the exception of one sample that we had in the Scott River that had very few reads. And so there's still a chance that others are producing anatoxin, but the evidence really strongly points to microcoleus being the primary producer. And then just to wrap up here, some of the quick take-home points is that we did find widespread anatoxin in the Klamath River associated with benthic cyanobacteria. We found it highest in the late summer, and specifically in these really high water quality tributaries where on the Klamath River, people are going there to escape cyanobacteria toxins coming out of the reservoirs. And so just thinking about that in terms of more kind of communication and outreach being done about making sure people understand how to stay safe. And we think that microcoleus was the primary anatoxin producer in this system, at least at this point. So some implications for monitoring for both the Klamath River and other folks interested in benthic cyanobacteria is that we think benthic taxa are really important to monitor, including in clear, kind of traditionally high water quality rivers and lakes. We think that visual surveys for microcoleus and related taxa are a great place to start. It gives you a lot of information if you could just train up folks who are going out there to do other sampling efforts. We've been finding, as well as others in Northern California, that late summer and fall seems to be the highest time of anatoxin production from these benthic taxa. So really focusing on sampling resources then might be helpful. qPCR methods appear to work really well for anatoxin from benthic sources, and they're often more affordable than ELISA methods. And then drift nets were a neat way to be able to survey for kind of a mean or average river condition, and could be especially useful if folks aren't trained up for visual surveys, or if you can't access the river habitat in a way to actually be able to do a visual survey. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions if there's time for them.
Thanks, Laurel. That was great. In the room, do we have any questions? All right, we've got one from Desiree. Hold on one second.
Thanks, Dan. Laurel, amazing presentation. It was really cool. Thank you. I'm curious to hear what you, so if they're negatively correlated with water quality, why are they, what helps them thrive? I mean, are they light limited, you know, in the main stem versus in the tributaries? What's the thing that's helping them do so well in the Klamath?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of work still to do on understanding, what taxa are there and what their individual requirements are. Like, I think there's a chance that there could be a lot of diversity within not only think, there's being shown that there's a lot of diversity within microcoleus. Some folks are starting to investigate and try to understand, like, is there a specific species of microcoleus, which there might be, that's responsible for high toxin production. There might be other species or other strains that don't produce toxins at all. So I think we need to understand individual strain and individual species, depending on what your school of thought is on taxonomy, on their individual requirements. So that we can start asking that question. Because right now we're like throwing all of these taxa together and saying what's promoting microcoleus, but there's a lot of different niches within that genus. And so, so that's kind of like putting that aside. One pattern that I've been seeing that I'm really curious to explore is light. We did some more work with the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation the following year. Haven't looked at those samples extensively, but what we seemed to be seeing was that these really shaded tributaries had extensive microcoleus cover, but no toxins being produced from those microcoleus, whereas some of these more open canopy, bigger rivers had high toxin levels. So, anyway, that's a lot, and I could go on and on, but.
Great, thanks. I did see Kaylee, you had a question online.
Yeah, that was great. I had a question about the qPCR method that you guys used for this. Was that cyber based or was that probe based?
I am not sure what the basis was. I could look it up, but Tim Auden at Ben Genetics did our qPCR. And so it's I would need to look up the specifics of the method or ask him.
Did you guys also do other qPCR targets too?
No, he just ran the Ana-C genes. That's like the main marker that he's using. And so, we were going with like some kind of standard, what the lab is offering, so that we could compare these kind of basic sampling techniques that are on the menu of options for long-term monitoring.
Okay. And my other question was, I was seeing a lot of your results reported in like nanograms per liter or as a volume-based one.
Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Can you say that one more time?
Sorry, my dog just walked into the room. The results that you were doing for toxins, it was as like nanograms per liter. And you were doing benthic sampling, I guess. How were you just like resuspending that into a volume, or how, I guess, how were you grabbing that?
Yeah, so for our benthic mats, they were visually identifying cyanobacteria dominated mats as much as I could identify them in the field. And then we just standardized our collection where we would fill a bottle half full with wet mat material, and then the other half is with water. So then we ended up, for our environmental concentrations, we just said, essentially multiplied it by 2 to say this is the amount of anatoxin in the benthic mat material. And then for our nets, we scaled it to the amount of water that passed through the net when it was out there, along with the velocity of water in front of that net, so that we could scale it to an average of what was in the water column. For the nets, we also have a second metric where we scaled it to dry weight, because we have the dried organic matter for that.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thanks. We have one more question in the room.
Hi, Laurel. My name's Evan. Great talk. I know in the Klamath Basin, there's been a lot of work to increase flushing events, particularly in the winter months. And I'm just curious how some of the benthic mats might be responding to those kind of flushing events if some of the management plans go forward in that vein.
Yeah, I don't know that the spring flushing flows are going to affect the benthic cyanobacteria a whole lot. The spring flushing flows very much affect the rooted aquatic macrophytes that you're seeing in this last picture on the slide here. And so maybe in terms of like species associations, there could be some, you know, different things going on. But the benthic cyanobacteria really start becoming widespread later in the summer. And so I think that there could be more of an issue with just overall like community senescence and community succession, I guess, throughout the summer. But because the flows are so stable throughout the whole summer, it's almost like those flushing flows are happening like too far earlier to really affect the benthic cyanobacteria that are growing and thriving in August and September. At least that's, I think, the general thought with these guys.
Thanks. So we are a few minutes over into the break time. So I want to thank the speakers from the first half of these of our session, and we'll convene again at 1:45. So we'll keep the Zoom going, but we have some snacks in the back, and I think is there water, Theo? And there's coffee around. There's coffee around the corner as well. Great. Well, thanks. We'll see everyone in 1:45. So for folks in the room and online, we'll get started here in about 2 minutes. And David, feel free to share your screen whenever you want to get going. Okay, it is 2:45. I think we're gonna get going again. Oh geez, sorry. If we can take our seats, we'll get the next presentation going. It'll be online from David Waltz. I think for folks in the room, we've solved the temperature issue. We've turned cooling on, so it's not as stiflingly hot in here. Our next presentation, the first of three in the second half of the session, is going to be from David Waltz from Oregon DEQ. And David, feel free to start when you want. I'll give you a 2-minute heads up on the chat.
Can you see my presentation okay?
Yes, we can.
All
Thanks.
right. Well, hello, everyone. Nice to see old and new faces. I'm David Waltz. I'm with DEQ's water quality program in the TMDL and non-point source sections. I am backing out a little bit from the deep science that we've enjoyed a good portion of the day here, and kind of giving a little bit more of a 10 to 30,000 foot view of a couple of things related to making decisions about impairments. So it may have been a little deceptive when I put coastal water bodies in the title of this presentation, because I decided that given the audience and given the opportunity to mine our database a little bit, it made more sense to look at a little broader than just the coast. So what I'm going to start with is a look at the processes that at a very broad scale, with the processes for the Public Health and the Clean Water Act, how they sort of move in parallel but separately in many ways, and how we might try and integrate those a little bit more, particularly at the surveillance level. So the top process is just a generalization of the public health process and how it evolved from the 2000s up to the present, from visual observations of HABs events and issuance of advisories to toxin-based monitoring being really the cornerstone of making both the listing, or sorry, the advisory and the removing the advisory process. And then on the bottom, we have DEQ's assessment process, which is basically field and chemical samples, or a HABs advisory could trigger an action or a decision in our water quality assessment process or the integrated report. And then a water body is assigned to an assessment category as impaired or attaining, or the gigantic category of insufficient data in between. So in both processes, data and information is collected, the status of the water body is assessed. There's documentation of that, and then there's some administrative process at the end. So OHA makes an advisory decision. DEQ has to take some sort of Clean Water Act action, which may be to say the water body is attaining. So that's sort of the background for where I wanted to go with this today. So here's the methodology is published each time that DEQ and the other states and EPA go through this integrated report process. So there are both online mapping applications, geodatabases, and a searchable database associated with the integrated report methodology. So as you go through that methodology, you'll find HABs related water quality impairments include obvious one, the harmful algae blooms. And if a public health advisory is issued by OHA, it automatically is considered an apparent impairment, and the water body gets identified on DEQ's section 303D list. But there's these other parameters and pollutants in some cases that may be identified outside a bloom, or even when an advisory is not issued. And this is kind of what I want to summarize a little bit as we go through this, is that there are these other parameters that we need to pay attention to too. And so focusing solely on, say, toxin levels or even visual characteristics are not getting us quite deep enough in many cases to take this a little further on the Clean Water Act side. So pH, chlorophyll A, dissolved oxygen, aquatic weeds. I'm calling a co-conspirator here, and I think Laurel's presentation was good evidence of their involvement. And then excess algae. So this is kind of a narrative standard that unlike pH or chlorophyll and dissolved oxygen doesn't have a numerical criteria. It's kind of, you know it when you see it. So I mined the database, and what I got was that in the integrated report for categories 5 and 4A, those are the two impaired water body status. 4A just means that a water body is impaired, but a TMDL, total maximum daily load plan, is issued. So for the lakes, keep it simple here. We have estuaries, lakes, streams, and rivers. For the lakes, we have 42 are on the 303D list for harmful algae blooms. 20 for chlorophyll A, 21 for pH. Obviously, there's some overlap between all those categories. None for excess algal growth, which actually was a surprise to me. 12 for aquatic weeds, so a total of 95 lakes listed for one of those potentially HABs related or harmful algae blooms. And I noted that 35 of those, 39 were listed in the year 2010 alone, and 35 for HABs. So that was before toxin-based monitoring. So I think one thing that stood out to me was that we're not getting a whole lot more information on, we're not listing a whole lot of new lakes at this point, based solely on toxin-based monitoring. So my question really is, should DEQ consider identifying a water quality impairment for a HAB event based on toxin-based monitoring results that's below the health advisory RUVs? In other words, a toxin is detected, but a health advisory is not issued. So I'd really like to hear back from folks in the discussion. Another source of information and kind of looks at the status, including trophic state, is the survey of lakes, I believe. Nathan mentioned this one earlier. So for the example, I picked Silkus Lake, which is one near and dear to my heart, and it's in my geographic area. Was first identified by the health advisory for a harmful algae bloom, recreational HABs, in 2017. And Silkus is now known as notoriously late bloomer, you know, more the October to December, January period. There's a dam. It's in a watershed with multiple uses, rural, residential, ag, and silviculture. And it's also a very popular boating and fishing destination, particularly for Oregon coastal coho in the late fall. So here's Silkus in October 2008. So early in its, life as a harmful algae bloomer. And I think this particular bloom, we got a report that someone had spilled hydraulic oil or paint in the lake. So this sort of started our surveillance at the lake. I have unfortunately skipped a few years. I'm a little short on photos in between, but here's 2013. This is, October. So bloom season is starting there. These are all generally from about the same area in the lake too. November 2016, again, healthy bloom, pretty late in the year for what we normally think of as the cyanobacteria bloom season. And here's December 2020. And in this sampling, I was able to spend a little time collecting field parameters, and I was surprised that the field parameters looked really good. pH almost exactly 7, the dissolved oxygen healthy level almost, round up it's 11, and nothing surprising in the conductivity. Go on to November 2021, the test strip results, despite this lingering bloom, clearly below the drinking water criteria. Into December, the bloom persists. So this is just become a standard situation at Silkus. So I took all the toxin results I could find, and it hasn't been a very consistent, as you can see, big gaps between 2014, 2020. There may have been some samples in between that we're not even aware of, but I only found 4 sample events. 2 cyanotoxins were detected in a total of 4 detections, and all well below the recreational action or use values. So my question is, are we just missing, don't have enough data to find higher levels, or is it, is this kind of telling the story that it blooms every year, but the toxin levels are low? Sorry. So the 2 toxins that were detected were microcystin and anatoxin A. And again, it levels that were single digit percents of their respective RUVs. So another lake that's been of interest is Ekman Lake. We had heard rumors that it periodically bloomed. Some say every summer. Tiny lake out near Walport. So we were notified of a possible HABs event, and after taking a look at it, we coordinated with OHA to collect a recreational HAB sample. And as most of you know, there's extremely limited funds for that, but because it is heavily used, it's actually a swimming lake, as well as fishing and, you know, kayaking. A sample is collected. As well as field parameters again, and I'm starting to try to encourage folks and do myself to get a little bit of depth integrated sampling as well. But what we found was that at 1 foot at depth, the characteristics were quite different than at 3 feet depth. And what we found was high salinity and conductivity, indicating that there had been an estuary intrusion. And so there was some variation in the pH near the surface that was pushing it over the state's criteria. But again, kind of a normal thing with heavy green or cyanobacteria algae blooms. But the oxygen levels were screamingly high at 1 foot and horribly low at 3 feet. So again, the thing that told the story here though really was the conductivity and salinity being so high at 3 feet. So we knew there was a saline lens in this lake during that event. The toxin levels, again, detected but extremely low, no advisory issued. Ironically, and we didn't discover this till well after the fact, the Sentinel satellite data did actually pick this one up, showed that the cell density was over 100,000. It's not a lake that we look for because it's not considered a resolvable lake. And as we look back through many images, we never found this again. So this was one of those, I guess you call a lucky find. But it helps us understand that this really was probably a significant event for this lake. So I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but I feel like, you know, we need to better align the public health surveillance and the Clean Water Act assessment to better understand the status patterns and causal factors of HABs and develop the response plans and actions. These remote tools can help us track the bloom formation, cell density, but it's not a substitute for water quality, or excuse me, water column data, including like the microcystin and anatoxin test strips, which you know, our local partners can use without any sophisticated equipment. And then we need adequately resourced and coordinated surveillance effort for the non-managed water bodies like a Siltcoos or an Ekman, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And when I say non-managed, I mean there's no Bureau of Reclamation or Army Corps of Engineers there. I don't mean that these water bodies aren't managed in other ways. You know, most of them have some sort of level control and are developed around them to one degree or another. So in that sense, there is certainly some anthropogenic influence on those lakes, including fish stocking in some cases. So that's all I've got. Be free, open to take any questions.
Cool. Thanks, David. We'll start in the room. Are there any questions?
And I'll go back to the question I was going to ask you all.
I'll look and see if there's any hands raised on the chat. I guess I had a question, I guess about, the late fall winter blooms on silk goose. So during the summer, just from my anecdotal evidence from visiting out there, is there a large macrophyte bloom that occurs typically during the warmer months?
Yeah, I mean, silk goose is a shallow lake with a lot of littoral zone. In fact, for the residents out there, there's a constant battle to try and keep the dam operators to keep the water level a little high, so there's less macrophytes. So yeah, I mean, macrophytes are extensive in the lake, and PSU has done some great work out there to map the macrophytes, and other, has done some other work on the water quality on the lake.
Looks like Curtis has a question. Let me run back to him.
Hey, David, this is Curtis from OHA.
Hey, Curtis.
On your consideration there, that initial batch of water bodies that went on the assessment list, a lot of those advisories happened before we did cyanotoxin based monitoring. So it's possible some of those are already on the 303D list just based on cyanobacteria counts.
Yeah. I wasn't clear. I guess that's what I mean. In 2010, we listed 35 lakes for HABs, and it was probably a mix of some sampling and a lot of, observational type advisories.
Yeah. So my point is, you probably already do have lakes that are on that list with that we might have never shown that there were cyanotoxins above the current recreational use value.
Yep, that is correct. Yep, and silk goose was one of those.
Great, thanks. We have time for a quick question from Theo, and then we can move on.
David, I was just talking the other day about the apparent absence of blooms in our estuaries in Oregon, and because they're certainly potentially susceptible. And it seems to me that Ekman Lake is really the estuary. First question, do you agree with that? And do you know of any other instances of blooms in estuaries along the coast?
Yes, so the official CMEX estuary and classification system shows Ekman as an estuary. There is a bit of a control structure due to the highway bridge there, but that would be a tidal wetland and not a lake. And there's a kind of a battle going on over that, what to do with Ekman Lake, But yes, you're absolutely right. It's an estuary. We've seen red tides in some of the estuaries. We've gotten, reports of spills that we go out and identify or determine are red tides. But in terms of, I think maybe Hunter Creek was one of those. So there is at least a few where there have been blooms identified, and they sometimes get a little bit confused with these floating filamentous algae mats as well. So again, more surveillance is better.
Yeah, there's a huge potential because the Baltic Sea has many blooms. And we see among the lake cyanobacteria, we see a lot of correspondence between strains here and strains over there. So I think it's been good that we haven't had a lot of blooms in the estuaries. We've perhaps been fortunate.
Yeah, and I don't know if we haven't had them or we haven't identified them, but I won't be surprised if that's the next area that we start looking. Thanks very much, everyone.
Great, thanks, David. All right, next up, we have Kurt Carpenter from the USGS, the Oregon Water Science Center. He'll be talking about the HABs monitoring program. Kurt, and do you want to try to, is there a way to do a presentation mode on Adobe? Okay, totally fine.
Can everybody see that? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay, thank you. I got to keep on task here. All right, everybody, really happy to be here. It's probably my 10th or 15th time. Thanks, Theo, for putting this on, and Dan organizing all this. It really just have so much fun talking about harmful algal blooms and this work. So we've talked a little bit about the fires, so just wanted to start here because so I'm going to talk a little bit about reservoir lake blooms and then also primarily about periphyton blooms. And this graphic here shows 4 different streams that we're sampling after the fire. So we've got some of the Clackamas, Santiam, McKenzie down in the Umpqua. So that's these 4 tributaries. And on top, we've got nitrate, and the bottom, we've got total phosphorus. And I'll just remind everybody that these cascade systems are extremely nitrogen limited. That's why we have so much nitrogen fixing cyanobacteria. And so to see nitrate levels exceeding 1.5 milligrams per liter is really quite remarkable. And what's interesting about these high nitrate concentrations is that they're not happening during like the peak storm flows. It's actually after. So you have the big storms roll through, and we're collecting samples with the auto sampler. We'll do 5, 6, 7, 8 samples, and then we'll pick out samples to analyze. And it's actually in the recession where we see these big high concentrations. So I mean, we might see nitrate exceeding 1 milligram per liter for conceivably weeks on end. And of course, with the nitrogen and phosphorus, put it all together, and what do you get? Lots of periphyton. Okay, so again, I guess it's taken from the last talk, I'm preaching to the choir a bit here, but the attached benthic algae or periphyton. Okay, in the Northwest, we have primarily 3 different flavors. We've got these filamentous green algae that really can make high biomass, especially the branched types like Cladophora. We also have stalked diatoms. They are very similar to the rock snot that you might have heard before with Didymosphenia. So here we have Cimbella and Gomphoneus that can make very high biomass and a real interesting organism. The stalks actually have phosphatase activity. So when phosphorus levels get really low, the stalks can elongate. So it's sort of the opposite you might think. It's more phosphorus, actually you don't see as much growth, but when the phosphorus starts to become limiting, then you see these larger blooms. But these organisms can have impacts to drinking water. Of course, we've heard a lot about taste and odors and disinfection byproducts or cyanotoxins, but then these other things also can impact drinking water. But we're also concerned about aquatic habitat, right? We saw the pH of 10 in Ekman Lake. Wow, that's a high number. pH standard is 8.5, so, and it's a log scale. So, getting upwards of 10 is significant. And in these cascade systems, we exceed 9 at times. So we're definitely getting it in those realms where I'm concerned about the small fish, a little fry in the margins. This guy here on the Clackamas that I met 30 years ago by now, it's an old photo. A lot of little salmonid fry in the margins there. And, we're measuring these very high pHs in the Thowig in the middle of the river. So, what's happening on these margins is still a question that we need to follow up with. So here's some of the benthic cyanobacteria that we find in and amongst the periphyton. Primarily the ones that I find again and again, nostoc maybe in the cleaner waters, higher up in the watersheds, but then microcoleus you heard about. Microcoleus is something that I see so much of. I mean, I just have to look when I get to almost any water body. If you look hard enough, you can pretty much find it. It's a little alarming that way. But different forms, different flavors. This one here, a flake of oscillatoria, you see this a lot. They pop up off the bottom and then they get up into the water column, and that's where I think the dogs can get engaged there. So a number of years ago, I think it must have been 2016 or 17, I gave a presentation that said, hey, I'm finding all kinds of cyanotoxins in the benthos. And I remember there were a lot of questions. Oh, wow, you see multiple cyanotoxins from a single type of organism, which was a bit surprising. But so this table, two tables on the top, we've got the number of detections and then the percent detection frequency. And this is the highest level summary of 322 samples that I collected over about 4 or 5 years. And I've got a data release that's going to be coming out this summer. But, you know, similar results to what Laurel found. You know, here we see, you know, anatoxin, you know, 81% showing up in the spats. I'll talk a little bit more about the spats. It's a passive sampler for cyanotoxins. But yeah, lots of microsystems, lots of anatoxin, but also saxitoxin, which is a bit of a surprise. Also seeing saxitoxin in Idaho from some sampling that was done this last summer. So lots of toxins. So we're you know, all the work that you're doing is worthwhile. We need to keep doing more of this. So going back to a little bit to the pH, there's a bit of an interesting story here to touch upon a number of topics that we've talked about today, but yeah, pH up to 9.3, diel swings up to 2 units. So this is a trace here from the Klamath River, and you see these large diel swings in pH that happened and this is the springtime after the fires. And so so yeah, we see these extraordinary fluctuations in pH this year. When we started to see this, I was having some emails with some colleagues, and actually got routed over to Stuart, and who had been out in the Clackamas, who confirmed, yeah, there's a lot of periphyton out in the Clackamas, and we were starting to see this this early season periphyton bloom. So before we had this last snowstorm, you might remember. January was beautiful, right? We had a lot of sunshine and the flows were coming down. We had a lot of rain in the earlier, at the kind of the end of the 22, but then going into this year, things started to grow. And this is a great example here where you can see the daily ranges in the percent saturation for dissolved oxygen from 3 different rivers. So we've got the Clackamas, the North Santiam, and the Mackenzie here. So you can see these things all starting to go up, right? As the lights come on and the conditions get better for growth, they start to take off. One of my best indicators for when the algae wake up, because this is, I think the periphyton wake up first and then the planktonic blooms will wake up. So if you put on the same graph, the daily range and the pH and the dissolved oxygen saturation, you see how they just march up together. So when they're going up together, there's really only one thing that causes that, and it's photosynthesis. This is not temperature control over DO. This is definitely photosynthesis. To tie it back in with the question earlier today on alkalinity, it's interesting because people say, oh yeah, summertime is when the algae blooms are the worst, right? No, actually the periphyton blooms are worse in the springtime. We see very strong blooms, very bright, luxuriant growth, and I think there's a competition with bacteria, but that's a story for another day. But what you can see in the graph here is the fluctuations in the pH, and you can see in blue are the fluctuations, daily range in pH, and then in red we have the conductivity. And you can see in the springtime, we see these fluctuations get very high, and they're interrupted periodically by junky weather. But then you see the pH fluctuations really moderate as the conductivity goes up. And I think that's the alkalinity play in there, right? So one of the reasons why we have such high pH is because we just have naturally very low alkalinity in these systems. So we're very interested in the periphyton, at least I am, from a lot of different reasons, drinking water and aquatic ecosystems. And so we, you know, it's kind of challenging to monitor periphyton. You know, a lot of these rivers like the Clackamas and the Mackenzie, you just can't wade all the way across, except for maybe very few locations. And so we wanted to try to look and use some other methods like hyperspectral sensors. So in this case, we're doing multiple levels. So we've got this hyperspectral camera on the International Space Station. It's unbelievably fantastic. And then we also have here a Cessna that the Civil Air Patrol operates, where we're working on getting a hyperspectral camera onto there. And then we're also flying this DM-100 drone to try to map out the periphyton. And you know, we've known for a long time that we can identify an algae bloom from space, but now we can actually identify the type of algae bloom, and I'll get more into that. So we started a couple summers ago with these riffle scale surveys where we're flying hyperspectral sensor on a drone, and then we're also collecting field spectra. You can see some pictures here of the crew measuring some cobbles along the Clackamas. And we're a variety of different measurements above the water, below the water. You pull the rock out, you scrape the rock, you look at the rock. We're really trying to get a sense of what we might be able to see from remote sensing. And then again, really hoping to bring this Civil Air Patrol aircraft into the mix this year. Brandon Overstreet and Paul Diaz from our Science Center are our drone pilots. And so they're really working to push the envelope on deploying different sensors and cameras. We've got, the typical RGB camera and hyperspectral, but we're also flying a FLIR camera now that I think will be really interesting, looking at groundwater, surface water interactions and thermal refugia and those sorts of things. Here's an image from the hyperspectral camera on the North Santam that we did a couple summers ago. So part of how we're able to identify the type of organism with this remotely sensed data is because we've also have samples collected from a hyperspectral microscope. So it's basically a Resnon hyperspectral camera here that's mounted to a microscope. And so a couple of years ago, we published this, or actually this is from the paper. Before the paper was published, we published a data release that included about a dozen different cyanobacteria genera. And you can see, they're similar in their spectral shape, but they're different enough where you can actually differentiate them, which is just really, really exciting. I mean, you can see different, and here's just about half of the different organisms that we have, but you can see they've got different shapes, they've got different colors. Some have aerotopes, we heard from Stuart earlier. And all of these things combine to give you your signature, if you will. And there's still a lot of questions in how this can be applied, but looking at how does the signature change over the health of a bloom? Does it change when the bloom starts to senesce? All of these are good questions that we're starting to tackle. But the initial results from the Delicospermum, we've got 4 images now from 4 different locations. They look pretty similar. So I mean, that was really my main thing, was because of course that's our main organism out here. At least from a lot of the drinking water supply impacts. And so, I'm going to say, yeah, we've got Delicospermum and we should be able to identify that this year. So this slide here summarizes kind of the whole process. And so this, at the end, I'll show you the whole team. I'm here, representing probably 15 different scientists that have different, we call transdisciplinary expertise to bring to the table here. And one of our awesome programmers, Carl Legleiter, with the observing division in Golden, wrote a code to use Python to be able to link up, and since I started here, link up our hyperspectral reflectance signature from the different cyanobacteria. And then over here we have the space station, and there's this DLR Earth Sensing Imaging Spectrometer. It's a mouthful, but the DASIS camera has got 236 spectral bands, and this can fly over a lake, and it's got 30-meter pixel size. It can tell us based on each pixel, using a special algorithm that Carl called SMASH. So it's actually SMASH algae. So who doesn't want to smash algae? Right. So he presents this to our research team, and of course we were just ecstatic about it. So it stands for Spectral Mixture Analysis for Surveillance of Harmful Algae. So it's SMASH algae. So what it does is, and this is small on purpose because there's all these different steps, but in essence what it does is the satellite data get compared against the spectral reflectance data, and it says, I think we have species A or genus A, genus B, genus C. And in many of these cases, whether it be the New York Finger Lakes or Upper Klamath Lake, Detroit Lake, we have folks out there that are collecting data. And so we can see, oh, wow, we've got a space station flyover on July 10th. We've got a sample from the 12th. All right, let's see how they line up. And so, if anybody's been to Upper Klamath Lake, we all know all lines point, multiple lines of evidence point to this here Aphanizomenon. And so this image here is the composite false color image from Upper Klamath Lake based upon what the space station thinks the major genera are at each of the points. And so we had a sample that was collected right about here. And this one doesn't have my different organisms on here. But anyway, the kind of red is Aphanizomenon, which you would expect. But then there's also a bunch of other stuff there you might not have seen. We've got the green is Gliotrichia, And what's really interesting is the black is actually oscillatory, and you can see it kind of preferentially along the side here, along the side here, along the side here, along the side here. That makes sense, doesn't it? Because it's benthic. So the oscillatory is growing along the margin, and you can totally see that. And then there's a windy lake, it kicks it up, and then you see the algae kind of around the edge. So that was just really fascinating. So this technology should be able to tell us whether or not we have a bloom that could be a potentially toxigenic genus. Maybe differentiate that from a diatom, the spring diatom bloom. Like that would be useful. Yep, that'd be useful. Sorry. Hope there's questions on this, because we're super excited about this. And like really the idea is going to be, and we're hoping to make this operationalized. Okay, so it turns out the US Army Corps ODEQ is actually, they have a research group that's also generating these unique spectral signatures for different types of cyanobacteria. They're actually ahead of us on that. And they're also starting to look at the health of the blooms to be able to see how that changes over time, which is fantastic. But then to make it operational. So the idea would be, say, space station or other satellite flies over, collects data, takes a look, compares it automatically to our spectral library, and then could tell us. So like we get notified already when the space station goes over Detroit Lake and collects imagery. So then the idea would be, we get an image like this from Detroit Lake, say, and maybe it's all Dolichospermum, but maybe not. Maybe it's got 4 or 5 different kinds. So then we would go out with a boat, collect samples from the different places to help ground truth that. So there's still some work to be done there. We'll probably enlist the city of Salem and other partners that we have on this, but this is a pretty exciting time to be doing this type of research. So I'm gonna wrap up here with just a bit of a hodgepodge. We have a program now. There's a number of different entities. So the city of Salem and the Army Corps of Engineers, Eugene Water and Electric Board, USGS, partner together to run these continuous profilers. And so they go up and down and collect data in Detroit Lake and Blue River Reservoir pretty soon here. I'm hoping to get them deployed within maybe the next month or so. But that can tell us, where in the water column a bloom might be. It might also tell us that there's a bloom down 20, 30 feet. Maybe the space station could see it. Like if we could see it early, like that would be fantastic. But that's still hasn't been done yet. But certainly we see these blooms forming in the middle of the reservoirs initially, and then they might come up to the surface and then blow to the shore and like really become a problem in terms of public health exposure. But these profilers really provide a great magnet for all kinds of other research, because you know exactly where the bloom is, the activity, the trajectory. They're just really really useful. And for those of us that have gone out and measured blooms and done your casting, hydrocast with different sensors, to have it. When we went to actually a sonde where it's all one, that was a big step forward. And now having this thing, we get 4 profiles a day. Like it's drinking from the fire hose, but it's really quite fantastic. So just wanted to mention a few other projects that we have in the works here. A lot of discussion earlier on Ross Island, so that's a good primer for this. But part of the challenge with the Ross Island Lagoon is we don't have a continuous monitor out there, and the monitor that we do have in the Willamette River is at the Morrison Bridge, and the monitor is down 15, 20 feet sometimes, and so we don't see that surface level of the bloom, and so it makes me uncomfortable at times when folks will use those data to say, oh, the bloom is on its way down because the USGS gauge says that it's going down. Like, no, that's down deep. We don't really know what's happening at the surface. So now we need to know what's happening at the surface. So the idea would be to get a continuous water quality monitor, probably scaled back version, but definitely going to have phycocyanin and algae, or the chlorophyll, and then pH and DO, but mounted at the surface, so we can really see what's coming out of the lagoon. And we're working with a variety of partners on that, and we're looking for more. So if anybody wants to help or contribute, we're all ears. We'd also like to get a hyperspectral camera, working with Nick Tuflaro at OSU to get that put in there. I think someday we might be able to just have the camera and not have to have an instrument in the water. And maybe that camera using SMASH will actually be able to tell us exactly, what's in the water. Okay, so then also there's a project that we're starting this spring on the Molalla River. City of Canby takes its drinking water from the Laurel River, and they have had taste and odor problems and cyanotoxins detected in both the raw and the finished water. So more work to be done there. Probably could start with some simple surveys just to see, how much of the benthic cyanos would be there. And then also look for some the taste and odor genes. Actually, I haven't tried that before, but we're going to collaborate with Barry Rosen in Florida, who does a lot of work with us, to look at some of the taste and odor genes. And then I guess to bring it back to SMASH, another thing that we're trying to do. So you've heard there's a lot of this infrastructure funding coming down for water, infrastructure and improvement and stuff. But another big effort has been through the USGS. We've got a special pot of money that's specially reserved for HABs. It's kind of a unique situation, but where we get matching funds that that are truly dedicated for harmful algal bloom research. And so I got some funding this year to do a variety of different things. And one of the things that we're working towards is to get a boat set up with a debubbler system where we can like cruise across the surface of, say, Detroit Lake and collect surface concentrations of chlorophyll and phycocyanin that we can then relate back to, say, the space station. So getting that what we call high frequency data collection to create these maps that could go into helping some of the ground truths with SMASH. So as promised, here's the collection of the different folks that have been involved with this, really from really across the country, and now that we've just teamed up with the Army Corps with some of this work, the team's like doubled. But yeah, everybody has something unique to contribute, and there's just so much I think that we can do here. So I think that's my last one. Yeah.
I think we have time for one quick question before we go to the last talk. Amalia.
Hey, Kurt, great talk. Could you tell me, you were showing the map from Upper Klamath River and the SMASH model. And I'm wondering, does the model only see the spectral information that you've collected on the ground for this information, or does it have additional information about where the algae occur or other sort of life history or traits or those kinds of things?
There is a lot of information contained within the hyperspectral, right? So they're using it. Actually, there was a survey on the Mackenzie where we might actually be able to use that to do like some bathymetry even. But to get to your question, so this is using the spectra to try to get a sense of what organism is there. For the river paraphyton surveys, we actually collected some biomass to see if that might be able to be estimated at least. And it's tough because the thickness of the mat makes it more challenging, right? So I guess I'd have to say stay tuned, but I think we haven't nearly uncovered all the information that that can probably be gleaned from this. And actually, like right now we're working like say with the full alphabet. It's 236 bands from like the DASIS camera on the space station, but the idea is, at least for some of us, is because it's a lot of data to manage, right? A lot of data to analyze. How cool would it be to have a subset of those like bands or band ratios where you only have 10 or 15 to be able to, to work with? So maybe there's like certain ones we can key in on that would give us, almost the same type of information. It just sort of depends on where along the spectrum where your greatest separation is going to be. So yeah, I guess stay tuned. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kurt. We'll go through. We'll have Kaylee give his talk, and then we'll have time at the end for any other questions for speakers throughout the session that we can follow up on. But our last presentation of the afternoon is from Kale Clauson at DEQ. And Kaylee, when you're ready, please share your screen, and I'll send you a personal message when we have 2 minutes left in the session. But go ahead. You're the last talk, so we can go over a little bit if need be.
Okay. Full screen. Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thumbs up. Okay. All right.
I'm Kale Clauson. I work with Stuart at the Oregon DEQ lab in Hillsboro. And today I'm going to be presenting about mostly microcystins that we've validated a higher sensitivity ELISA method for drinking water. And Nate and Gregg, well, Nate from DEQ and Gregg from OHA mentioned this already about you know, the implications for lowering the monitoring trigger value. And I'm going to be selling you on the reliability of the data that we're going to be putting out, and the effort that it took to establish that and to get it validated with EPA. And as a side note right now, I'll just say that we do use the same kit for our recreational HABs. It still works for that. So this is basically encompassing everything that we run by that method in Oregon. There's a lot of acronyms. I just want to cover them first before I get into the talk. And if I'm using any of these in charts, use CYN for cylindrospermopsin, ELISA for enzyme-linked immunoabsorbent assay, and that's the type of methodology that we use for the analysis of the toxins. HAL is the health advisory level that the state, that Oregon has established based off of the concentration that the EPA has found does not produce adverse health effects when you drink the water for 10 days straight. So that's their definition of that. LCMRL, go over that a few times, but that's the lowest concentration MRL. MCT is shorthand for microcystins. MDL would be a method detection limit. Otherwise, what we use at DEQ is the LOD for limit of detection, it means the same thing. MRL is the method reporting limit. At DEQ and ORLAP, we use LOQ for the limit of quantitation. The MRL, basically, if you're not familiar with it, it applies to the entire analytical method through extraction, any sort of sample processing like that, not just the instrument or the chemistry, you know, perfect ideal conditions. It has to do with the entire method performance. So method 546 is the one that the law and the EPA, the DEQ rule and OHA rule prescribes for analyzing microcystins in drinking water. It's relatively old. EPA has not updated it since it was made. It is a total analysis of microcystins, and that's possible because of the ADA subunit that's in all of the microcystin compounds. There's over 200 different types of microcystins or congeners that have been identified. There's more that are being isolated. The one that we're most familiar with that we use for a standard is the type called MCLR, microcystin LR. It also shares ADA with nodularin. So nodularins are also detected as microcystins, but generally those are not seen in the same water bodies. The kits that we use are based off of method 546, requiring a specific part number from Abraxas originally. They were purchased by Eurofins about 3 years ago. And this year they've been bought by another company called Gold Standard Diagnostics. The part number has stayed the same. Everything else has stayed the same in it. It's just a different name of it. So having a prescribed part number from a prescribed manufacturer being the only viable option for drinking water causes a little bit of issues. The indirect competitive ELISA method that we use is congener independent, meaning that it can detect any congener with the ADA subunit. The part number that's prescribed in 546 is part number 520011. That's the standard range one that's been around for a while. It uses specific antibodies, horseradish peroxidase conjugate, trimethylbenzidine color solution. It has a manufacturer stated detection limit of 0.1 microgram per liter. And it's got a calibration range of 0.15 to 5 micrograms per liter. The one that we've validated is part number 520011 SAES. I started looking into this the second year that I was working at DEQ. It uses the same indirect competitive congener independent detection of microcystin and nodularans. It uses specific biotinylated antibodies. It uses a streptavidin HRP conjugate, the same TMB color solution, but this provides a manufacturer stated detection limit of 0.016 micrograms per liter, almost a 10-fold better, higher sensitivity. The cal range is also 3 times lower, from 0.05 to 5 micrograms per liter, so it still provides the same calibration range, which is good for, you know, reaching basically anything that's over that would be a recreational advisory, for example. The antibody that they use functions like this. This is a really simplified explanation of why the SAES kit is more sensitive. In a sample well, the antibodies that bind to ADA are the exact same between the kits. The SAES kit has an added modifier, streptavidin, which I think Stuart might have mentioned earlier, has a higher covalent bond energy and allows more antibodies to be, you know, basically assayed by the horseradish peroxidase reporter, which means it's more likely that it's going to be bound and it's going to be stuck to it. So it basically has this added signal booster that really helps at the low range. But functionally, the thing that you really need to be particular about for the, you know, analyte of interest is this antibody. And between those two, it's the same manufacturer, same antibody. That's the important part. As part of the rule for EPA 546 is it has to meet this LCMRL, which is the estimate of the lowest concentration that can be quantitatively measured within a bunch of laboratories that are experienced at analyzing drinking water samples. So it's a multi-lab way to determine the lowest possibility that you can actually measure and detect something within a certain confidence range of 99% confident that your measurement is between 50 to 150% of the true value, which is different than the MDL. The method detection limit for this is basically the presence absence, right? So there's a threshold where you have 99% confidence that it is not a zero signal. That may be one that's more familiar for some people in other analytical fields. That's basically just the dividing line between a detection and a non-detection. The methodology for the LCMRL is very different than a typical laboratory MRL study in that it's a regression-based model with spiking at multiple levels. You also include a method blank, And for the model to function well, you have to spike at a specific range. Basically, the lowest one should be about 1 to 10, 10 times lower than the top of the range. You have to have at least 4 reps per level. It functions better when you have more spiking levels rather than more replicates per level. The software estimates an LCMRL either based off of a single lab's assay or a pooled set of data. So it's basically able to use Bayesian bootstrap resampling to model a robust range of concentrations where your confidence level is 99% that you can also quantify something. Our LCMRL results from our laboratory was calculated to be 0.101 micrograms per liter. In this would be like a source water matrix, or basically a non-drinking water matrix. The method detection limit, which is like a typical MDL, using a student T distribution, is 0.032 micrograms per liter. So that's where you can start to see something that's present in the sample. So that's very low compared to the earlier kit. We were able to confirm the LCMRL at 0.115 micrograms per liter with a 94% recovery and 6% RSD between those measurements. So very tight distribution and recovery of that. The LCMRL should be between 50 and 150%. It is calculated to be 72 and 116% of 7 spiked blanks. So we started that, confirmed it in 2020. Long-term continuing confirmation of that has shown that the low CV, which is prescribed in method 546 at 0.1 micrograms per liter, is 0.0029 micrograms per liter. We've run 52. We ran 52 sequences in 2020. The 2021 MRL that we confirmed all on one day, the typical 7 replicates, multiply that by the student T distribution. It's 0.1 at 0.1 micrograms per liter. We got 0.064 micrograms per liter. The 2022 MRL that we did over 4 days, because that's something that we're trying to comply with, the new measurement, new rules for determining method reporting limits for ORLAP. 0.1 micrograms per liter, we got 0.054 micrograms per liter for 8 of those, analyzed 2 per day for 8 over 4 days. So these all kind of confirm that what we're measuring is, confirmed over multiple years. How does this apply to like what we've actually measured? So microdistance that we've measured in the source water from 2020 to 2022, all using the same method. So we've been using this for 3 years now. In 2020, we had 25 detections over the MDL, but not at the MRL. 14 between the MRL and the HAL, and 5 detections over the HAL. And we measure different numbers of samples every year. So I use the frequency and compare those over multiple years. It may be going up, I'm not sure. We probably need a few more years to determine if this is a trend or if this is just some sort of artifact of more sampling or whatever. But they're not the same every year, as you'd expect. We also measure cylindrospermopsin in these samples for drinking water. We see it at the method detection limit. but it very, very rarely exceeds the reporting limit. And it seems to have gone down last year. We kind of saw that, I think, with other recreational things of it being a quiet year. But we also see samples where it's a thick bloom, but no toxins, like the vial on the right. Using the weekly maximum measured toxins in our 30 samples basically every week seems to provide a good way of measuring year-to-year variability. The method HAL 0.30 is this white line. The MRL and the MDL are kind of low in here. But it's usually, they seem to happen every year around the same time, but very different concentrations, different years, different water bodies. But we also have, strange blooms in these. We monitor every 2 weeks, so we might not be getting the, the first flush of these toxins. To zoom in on this and give it a scale where we're talking about method detection limits or MRLs, early in the year, there's kind of, we can kind of be confident there's no toxins present in the drinking water, but eventually you kind of see this in the samples too, is that it does get to a point where there's toxins present in the water and they're rising and they seem to continue going, and we can detect them before they're there. So part of the reason for lowering the trigger level is to get ahead of a point before it reaches a health advisory level, especially for drinking water. Some of these spikes in the data show that the toxin concentration can rise faster than 2 weeks to a point above the HAL. You want to get ahead of that. And as an example, the city of Gates, which is the first water service below Detroit Reservoir, in the last 3 years hasn't had a health advisory detection above the health advisory level, but there have been microcystins present in the sample. So there's not higher frequency monitoring. In 2020 was the highest one. It still only got up to about half of what the HAL is, but it's present. You see it go through a curve. This is pretty robust because it is above the method reporting limit. And even some of these lower ones, you see a rise in it. Another similar one that we see every year, Lake Selmac, also follows a similar trend of we do see it growing before it even reaches the HAL or reaches the MRL. So we'll be very confident in getting ahead of these blooms with the new trigger level. And it also doesn't happen the same every year or the same time every year. So in summary, for 2020 to 2022, we've demonstrated the SAES kit allows a very precise and accurate way to measure well below any health advisory or any health impact in drinking water. Hopefully we can show that that works on every system and there's not ones that ramp up really fast or ramp down very low. There's a lot of complications with where the source water is coming from, but it should hopefully provide an advanced warning for monitoring at these ones. We've also had some good results with qPCR with the low detection limit with this kit. And it's giving us a really good confidence, especially in determining when there's a non-toxin forming bloom, rather than just a visual representation of what we've kind of seen sometimes. You know, when there is a really thick bloom, like it's Silk Goose or somewhere else, but we don't detect any toxins. We're kind of wondering, are we limited by our methods? Are they just missing something because it looks bad? But having that and qPCR both confirming that there's no toxins or toxin genes presence is a pretty useful tool for that. I'm going to get a little bit more into the weeds with what about any samples that we did before the SES kit? Here's a picture that I took at Cow Creek and at the South Umpqua this last year, sorry, it's 2023. 2018 was the first year of monitoring. It was a temporary rule. They were analyzed with the standard kit, the non high sensitivity kit. They were reporting at the HAL as the MRL, as the LCMRL. So there was nothing reported below that point. The DEQ lab in 2018 used the 40 CFR part 136B detection limit, which is the statistical detection limit, which determined that to be 0.12 micrograms per liter, which is close to what the manufacturer detection limit is too. So that's a 99% confidence that it's a detection above that point. The EPA determined the LCMRL for that kit to be 0.21 micrograms per liter. So even below 0.3, it should be quantifiable. And there were 8 public water systems that were tested in 2018, and using those metrics that they had pretty robust detections of microcystin in them, but they were not added to the permanent rule after that. Adair Village, below Corvallis on the Willamette River, had 2 above that. Some of these other ones, like the city of Coquille, we don't monitor any other, we monitor the city of Powell's, but it's above the city of Coquille. And these 2 on here from Lakeside on Eel Lake in the southern Oregon coast had a pretty good detection of it. That would be required to be increased monitoring. And also the North Fork of the Willamette at West Fur, but we also monitor other providers still on the North Fork of the Willamette. That year, it also didn't start monitoring until July, so there may have been blooms prior to that too. We don't have any other data on these water bodies except for that year, and it's limited, but this is kind of what we can get from that. And yeah, they were removed for a variety of reasons, 303 delistings or unlisting, that sort of stuff. Okay, I want to thank the Oregon Health Authority, the DEQ lead lab in Hillsborough, everybody that works there, the Oregon Public Water Service operators, and also some of our collaborators at EPA Region 10 that we've been working on with this confirmation. Thanks.
Thanks, Kaylee. We've got about 5 minutes till 4. We'll get to questions with Kaylee in just a second. There's a few little kind of bookkeeping things at the end of the conference that we want to go over, and then we can have time afterwards for follow-up questions online and in the room. So I think the first was that, let's see here. Andy Shadell reminded us that as part of the Oregon Lakes Association, which is putting on, helping sponsor this workshop, we do offer a graduate student scholarship annually. It's $1,500 and $200 to cover the expense to travel to an OLA conference, and we should be having an announcement go out very soon to probably the attendees of this workshop, as well as OLA members in general. And it's, I think last year's recipient was Katie Queen, who was actually at Western Washington University, working at Mount St. Helens. But we intend mostly the scholarship to go to working on Oregon lakes in some capacity, or related to Oregon lakes. Also, just to mention, for folks who aren't members, who have maybe let their membership lapse, please consider joining OLA. It's a good organization. We have an annual conference every year. We help put on events like this workshop. We've started to have an annual event for Lakes Appreciation and that occurs in July. And so please consider joining it, and please go to OregonLakes.org to find out more information about it. With that, I think we can have time for questions for Kaylee and others in the session. So you can start in the room, or if online, please just speak up and we can have the questions go from the online platform. The end of the day on Friday, so understood. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I would have, Kaylee, good work on getting that level down and getting EPA to accept it. That's really nice. But I have a question for Kurt. Kurt, you mentioned Gloeotrichia and oscillatoria, some sort of oscillatorian detected from the hyperspectral space in Upper Klamath Lake. They're not well known to be associated with that lake. So what sort of validation was there for that on the ground?
So in this case, we had a sample that was collected from Rattlesnake Point, if you know that part of the lake. It was real close to the time, and it was like 99% aphanizomenon. So I think we'll have opportunities to see. So I don't really have a good answer to your question, but it would surprise me if we didn't see some Gloeotrichia there. There's actually a pretty extensive data set, taxonomic data set that we could look at just to see, and I'll follow up with you on that. I'm pretty sure we would have seen Gloeotrichia in that lake before, but it's certainly not the dominant. But I know that there has been a number of blooms in like Detroit Lake where, most of it's Delicospermum, but in other parts of the lake, I can think of at least one time there in Mongold Park, it was mostly Gloeotrichia just offshore, but then down near the dam, it was mostly the Delicospermum. So it's not unheard of to see, multiple taxa blooming in the individual water body, but that's part of what this ground truthing would be for, you to pin that down. You'd think you'd be able to see Gloeotrichia, because it's like right at the surface and it's so unique.
Yeah, and you didn't just see a trace, you saw a huge amount that was maybe about as much as the aphanizomenon, right? For the oscillatoria and for the Gloeotrichia.
Well, those aren't ground truth. So that's what the space station spectral signature thinks for that individual pixel. So
right. Yeah, I'm saying I'm suspicious of those. So the ground truthing is just really important.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Also had a question for the hyperspectral stuff, Kurt. I was really surprised when you said that there was like 250 bands on the space station, because I was assuming that it was going to be like 100 nanometers per band, and for your hyperspectral camera, it's probably less than 1 nanometer. So when you're comparing, I guess, the satellite data to the hyperspectral camera, are you doing like a kernel density estimation of the hyperspectral wavelengths that would correspond to the bands of interest? Is it ratiometric? Is it a direct comparison? Right. So for the hyperspectral camera itself, would you be pulling together all of the wavelengths that would correspond to a band from the space station?
Yes. Yeah, so you have to interpolate those in order to make them comparable. So you kind of like, deconvolve and then rebuild them. So that's, I'm getting out of my lane a little bit. But, you know, if you have detailed questions on that, be glad to put you in touch with Carl Legleiter, who is really the mastermind behind that. But yeah, all those details are important. Yeah.
It also looks like there's a question from Rich about you online. Oh, I was just gonna, I can read Rich's question that he posted on the chat. I think it's to you about the, you mentioned about cyanobacteria and estuaries.
Okay, I have a question about the benthic cyanos, so maybe Laurel and Kurt. Are we seeing an increase in these, sort of a bloom of these, or is this something that has always existed?
So that's another good question. So what I can tell you is back in like 1994, or some of my early years in Oregon, we did a agricultural study looking at, actually it wasn't just ag, it was actually a land use study looking at small streams in the Willamette. So agricultural, urban, and forestry, most forested sites. And we had a lot of what they called Formidium autumnale, which is actually now what's called microcoleus, at a very high frequency. So back even then we were seeing those. So it's probably been there for a long time. Yeah, Laurel, are you around? Do you have an answer for that?
I mean, I haven't been out looking for this long, but just from observations in the literature, I think I would agree. But I mean, really, that's the big question: is it really increasing, or is it just that we haven't been looking for it until recently? And I think, you know, just based on the fact that that 2020 paper showed it in 6 or 8 countries worldwide, like we could easily pop around and look in a few places and just see what we find when we start looking. And I think, like Kurt said, we're going to find a lot more of it.
Yeah, I think one interpretation would be that that these cyanotoxins exist very widely as allelopathic chemicals. I'm just reading a book about deserts. Desert plant leaves have a range of secondary metabolites to prevent grazing. So these are toxins, you know, they're anti-grazing. And so if you think that might be the role of the cyanotoxins, maybe, I mean, not through grazing, but some sort of biological, you know, warfare, it's very likely that that's evolved very widely. And when people started looking at wadable streams and swampy areas, you see toxins all over the place. So maybe now with these super low levels that Kale and others can measure, maybe we're getting down into the range where you just see stuff that is always there. And it's maybe, well, we've got to deal with it because they're toxins, but maybe they're not, it's not an ecological dysfunction, whereas the HABs are an ecological dysfunction.
So I've talked with Barry Rosen in Florida quite a bit about this, and so you're the geneticist, so I've got to rely on someone like you to confirm this. But it's my understanding that the toxins have evolved before any animals were around to, you know, have some sort of, you know, competition or, you know, to try to deter grazing. I came across a paper not that long ago that hypothesized that maybe the toxins could be chelators for getting metals, so they could actually release it. It would grab a hold of metals, and then they could actually take it back up. So, you know, something like that might make sense, or even to help with some of the UV radiation protection from that. You know, it's interesting. Some toxins stay in the cells and some are released. I guess cylindro can be released more often. So, like, you know, some of that might help explain or contribute to, you know, figuring out this question, like, you know, what are these toxins for? Why are they making them? And what, you know, what turns on those genes? That's what we need to find out.
Somebody has a hand up. Attilia, do you have a comment? Or Megan? Sorry? Oh, it's the cursor. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, so you're talking about the role. The roles aren't known. Those are hypotheses. Some of those are allelopathic. Some of those would function, competition for iron would function to suppress others. I mean, that's the thing I'm getting at, that these molecules maybe are made in order to be competitive in the environment. And we're getting down to measuring super low levels. And, maybe we're just, it is an issue, of course, because they're toxic, but if there's not an ecological dysfunction, then that's something we just have to live with. And there are probably some toxicologists out there who would say that, I mean, if let's say there's a background level of 0.3 parts per billion of microcystin, maybe we've all evolved to deal with that. Maybe that shouldn't necessarily be regulatable. I don't know. I'm not sort of necessarily supporting that, but there's a logic that you can follow there, and a lot of toxicology has a lot of factors of 10 of caution built into them. Kurt's saying that the toxins are nitrogenous molecules. They're large molecules. They're expensive to make. They need a lot of proteins, so that they might have a role in nitrogen storage, I think. Yeah, probably not very efficient, but possibly. Yeah.
So for microcystin, at least, it's been shown to bind to and stabilize the D1 subunit of photosystem 2 and allow it to continue to function without photoinhibition occurring under high photon flux. So UV protection is absolutely, one thought, and that is not an ecological function. It is, but at the same time, we have the greening of the rivers. We're removing turbidity. Things are getting exposed to higher PAR. Surface scums are more common under increasing climate change or globally warming climate. And so I think it's both, right? Like it is both something that's being driven, but also probably does have an innate physiological function that developed prior to the divergence from the last common cyanobacterial ancestor.
Lots of things to think about. So any final questions from online? Any suggestions for next year's meeting? Something that we have missed or could emphasize better? If something comes to mind, email Dan or myself. We touched, so the suggestion was team building amongst stakeholders. We're doing similar things and perhaps in parallel rather than together. We touched on some issues this morning that we just haven't had time to get into. And so really, as I mentioned, in 2018, this group sort of put their finger on the problem of patchy sampling of opportunistic sampling of lakes for recreational exposure. And that hasn't changed. And there was a lot of concern at that time about trying to do that better, getting a list of lakes that are susceptible, just basically exactly what's been done for the drinking water side, and applying that to recreational, potential recreational exposure sites. And we took that, we went to the legislature, we got some responses, but they didn't really help that much with recreational exposure. So that's still an issue, I think. And so we would, maybe a work session. It's hard, you build an agenda and you think you've got time for discussion, but you really never do, not enough. So we'd perhaps have to build in a discussion time.
I was gonna say, so, one day is never enough, right? I just got back from Texas for a 3-day workshop just talking about the spats, right? So this passive samplers for cyanotoxin. So I don't know, let's do a 2 or 3 day somewhere where we've got blooms where we could have, some time out in the field to take a look and share ideas and, I don't know, drink beer together.
One thing I was going to mention is that I don't think Rochelle's on the call anymore, but the EPA Region 10 has hosted workshops for HABs in the past. Prior to the pandemic, we had a workshop up in Seattle a few years ago. And if nothing else, maybe having buy-in or support from the EPA to host a workshop. And not putting Jan on the spot about that, but I think that might be a good way to coordinate within the group. Yeah. And perhaps, it's great to have this meeting every year, but maybe even have a separate meeting at some point to kind of space it out, to have just that focused retreat, to have a work session, and continue to have these updates, but maybe have something separate where we have a focused retreat, so to speak, to do that. I think with that, maybe we should end for this year. And thanks again for everyone attending. We are going to post a video of this on YouTube. We'll make PDF versions of the presentations available for those that are able to release the presentations for posting. And so, yeah, thanks.